1 minute. Thirty seconds. Mayor now.
Good evening. I want to call this meeting of the Durham City Council to order on Monday night, June the 21st at 7 o'clock. And I certainly want to welcome everyone here, my dear colleagues, our wonderful staff, and all those who are joining us in many different ways tonight from around the city of Durham. We're really glad to have everyone with us. Colleagues, before we have our moment of silence, I want to remember a great friend of the city of Durham, Alethea Bell, who passed away on Saturday, June 19th, on Juneteenth. Alethea Bell came to the city of Durham as a graduate of the UNC MPA program in 1975. She was born and raised in Durham. She attended Hillside High School. She became Human Resources Director for the city in 1996 and served 17 years in that job, touching many, many lives, and retired from the city in 2013 after 38 years of service to the city of Durham. She was a key member of the city's executive team until her retirement and a good friend to me, to our administration, and to many, many people throughout the city. Our thoughts and prayers go out to Alethea's family as we remember her tonight. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
This meeting is being recorded.
Councilmember Reese, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I will, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Mr. Mayor and City Council colleagues, I'll now say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Caballero.
Here.
Councilmember Freelon.
Here.
Councilmember Freeman.
Present.
Councilmember Middleton.
I'm here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we'll now move to our ceremonial items, and we have 3 great ceremonial items today. I'm going to first ask Councilmember Middleton if he will do the honors for the Cleft and Craniofacial Awareness Month proclamation. And this will be presented tonight to Kai Hale, who is a Jordan High School student. And Kai is also with us tonight. And Kai, after Councilmember Middleton reads the proclamation, we would love to hear some comments from you. Councilmember.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. The honor is indeed mine to read this proclamation, which declares the month of July as Cleft and Craniofacial Awareness Month here in Durham. Let me say good evening to Kai. I can't see her yet, but go Falcons. I know her friends and colleagues from Jordan are watching. So let's do this. Whereas orofacial clefts are the most frequently occurring birth defects in the United States, affecting about 1 in 700 infants per year. And Whereas infants born with clefts and other craniofacial conditions usually require surgery, as well as specialized feeding support, dental and orthodontic care, speech therapy, hearing intervention, and social and emotional support as they grow and develop. And whereas this complexity of services need to be provided in a synchronized manner over a period of years and are best provided by interdisciplinary cleft and craniofacial teams. And whereas organizations such as the Cleft Palate Foundation and the American Cleft Palate Craniofacial Association serve populations affected by craniofacial differences and the professionals who care for them in order to help infants have a healthy start to life by providing their families with comprehensive information, support, and connections to these interdisciplinary teams. And whereas it is fitting and proper to recognize the efforts of organizations and programs such as the Cleft and Craniofacial Program at Duke University and its families, working to ensure a better life for those affected by cleft lip and palate and other craniofacial conditions. Now, therefore, I, Stephen M. Schewel, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim July 2021 as Cleft and Craniofacial Awareness Month in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to contribute however they are able to the support of families and organizations working to aid those affected by craniofacial birth defects. Witness my hand in the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this the 21st day of June, 2021. Thank you. Kai, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor Schewel. Hello, everyone. My name is Kai Hale. I am 16 years old and was born in Almaty, Kazakhstan, with a cleft palate and lip. I'm honored to receive the proclamation to promote cleft and craniofacial awareness on behalf of my team of providers at the Duke Cleft and Craniofacial Center. Worldwide, a child is born with a cleft palate and or lip every 3 minutes, making it one of the most common of all birth defects. A cleft condition can be isolated or occur as a part of inherited disease or syndrome. There are many different syndromes and they can affect facial development and appearance, neurological and cognitive development, vision, hearing, breathing, speech, and other parts of the body. Kids with cleft and craniofacial differences face certain hardships as they grow up. They undergo multiple operations throughout their childhood and adolescence and undergo extensive therapeutic treatment. In 2004, I was born in Almaty, Kazakhstan, and I was placed in an orphanage house at birth because my birth parents did not have the resources to help care for my cleft palate and lip. At an early age, while at the orphanage, I had one procedure to repair my lip. It was not until 2009 when I was adopted into the U.S. and started going to the Duke Cleft team. Over the span of 9 years with the Duke Cleft team, I have had 7 surgeries related to my cleft palate and lip, as well as multiple orthodontic procedures. I am a rising junior at Jordan High School here in Durham. This past school year has been challenging due to the pandemic, but I've focused on my academics while also playing on the varsity football and baseball teams, and finished the year with a 4.2 GPA. I have aspirations of playing baseball at the college level and one day in the pros. This small success for me is a great example that setbacks in life are a small building block for future success. The Duke Cleft team, including orthodontic, plastic surgeons, speech therapy, ENT, and audiology, all have played a major role in how I live my life now. I am thankful for the Duke Cleft team for all the contributions so I can live my life just as normal as anyone, even with having had a cleft palate. Despite how common cleft and craniofacial conditions are, the care and challenges we face are not general knowledge, not known by those unaffected. Thank you for the opportunity to raise awareness about the cleft and craniofacial differences. Despite the different challenges, every child with a cleft or craniofacial differences can grow up to realize their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kai. That was a fantastic presentation. I hope that you will one day be playing for my team, the Baltimore Orioles. They really need you, by the way. It really was a really wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you to Councilmember Middleton, and thank you to you, Kai. It's a really, really great and inspiring to hear you talk about your dreams. So thank you so very much. All right, we'll move on to our second proclamation. This is Olympic Day proclamation, and Councilmember Caballero is going to do the honors. This will be presented to Marcus Manning, Executive Director of the Durham Sports Commission, and Hill Caro, the founder and CEO of Sports Properties Incorporated. So, Councilmember Caballero, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. And I think that this is great that this is the next proclamation based on what we just heard from a wonderfully inspiring resident. Whereas Durham is home to numerous excellent parks and recreation, high school, college, and university, public and private sports, recreation, fitness facilities, and whereas Durham specifically and the Triangle region collectively comprise a significant regional and national hub for Olympic and amateur sports, and whereas Durham has a long history of supporting Olympic and amateur sports and Olympic sports events such as the State Games of North Carolina, Special Olympics, Senior Games, ACC Championships, MEAC Championships, NCAA Championships, U.S. Olympic Festival, USA Track and Field Championships, and many more. And whereas Durham and Durham County are proposed as locations for North Carolina's bid centered in the Triangle region for the 2027 Summer World University Games, a major international multi-sport Olympic event and the largest competitive event for student athletes in the world. And whereas Durham-based institutions and organizations such as Duke Health, Duke University, the Durham Bulls, the Durham Sports Commission, Durham Technical Community College, North Carolina Central University, and North Carolina Amateur Sports are involved in and supportive of Olympic sports and the bid for the 2027 Summer University Games. And whereas Olympic Day is an annual worldwide celebration dating back more than 70 years and held during the month of June each year, typically celebrated on or around June 23rd, which marks the anniversary of the founding of the modern Olympic movement on June 23rd, 1894. And whereas the city of Durham promotes and encourages physical fitness and public participation in amateur athletic activities, including Olympic and Paralympic sports for able-bodied and disabled athletes, regardless of age, race, gender, or athletic ability. And whereas Olympic Day celebration also serves as an opportunity to promote Olympic values of excellence, respect, and friendship locally and around the globe, I, Stephen M. Schewel, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim June 23rd, 2021 as Olympic Day in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take part in sports and fitness activities wherever possible to help maintain good health and well-being personally and in our community, and to help promote the Olympic values of excellence, respect, and friendship among all citizens and visitors alike. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this the 21st day of June 2021. And I will let our esteemed guests take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Hill Caro. I serve as a volunteer with the Triangle Sports Commission and am serving as chair of North Carolina's bid for the World University Games. Hopefully members of the council have had a chance to watch or read about some of the exciting Olympic and Paralympic trials that have been going on during the last week in swimming and track and field. These trials serve as the perfect backdrop for this year's celebration of Olympic Day, a day which not only celebrates the birth of the modern Olympic movement worldwide, but also calls attention to the Olympic ideals of excellence, respect, and friendship. Adding a special aspect to Durham's recognition of Olympic Day and the city's encouragement of its citizens to engage in Olympic and amateur sports, recreation, fitness, and wellness activities is the Triangle's bid for the 2027 Summer World University Games, the world's second largest Olympic sports event. The World University Games Initiative is a team effort involving the entire Triangle and helps elevate our aspirations for the region to an international level. Now, here to speak further on the subject is my sports tourism colleague and fellow member of the North Carolina Bid Committee for the World University Games, the Executive Director of the Durham Sports Commission, Marcus Manning.
Thank you, Hill. Like Hill, I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council for recognizing Olympic Day 2021. Established in 1948, Olympic Day has grown from doing an event to a total movement based on 3 pillars: move, learn, and discover. National Olympic committees around the world are utilizing Olympic Day to celebrate sports, cultural, and educational activities. This includes everybody, regardless of age, gender, social background, or even the ability to play sports. As we think about celebration of Olympic Day, we're also extremely excited and supportive of the Triangle's bid for the 2027 World University Games. Having the largest multi-sports event for student athletes in the world right here in the Triangle region, and to have an event that celebrates sports and culture on this type of grand scale could potentially have a transformative impact on our community. In closing, I want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak to this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manning. Thank you so much, Mr. Carroll. We really appreciate you being here. I'm very excited about this. I really hope we get the bid, and am very much looking forward to it. So thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Caballero, for doing the honors tonight. Our final proclamation is the Mayor's Monarch Pledge Day proclamation. This will be presented to Ashley Marianne Robbins from the Bull City Trailblazers. I want to say first that this proclamation, I received a request to proclaim the Durham Monarch's pledge, but it required certain actions. And in order to make sure we could actually do them, I asked Lakeisha Griffin from our city clerk's office if she would take the role in really initiating this and do the work to make sure that we could fulfill what we said we were going to do if we took the Monarch Butterfly Pledge. And I just want to thank Ms. Griffin for doing a great job reaching out to our various groups like the Trailblazers and like Keep Durham Beautiful to figure out what we're doing already that supports our butterfly population and what we can be doing. So many thanks to you, Ms. Griffin. Whereas the monarch butterfly is an iconic North American species whose multi-generational migration and metamorphosis from caterpillar to butterfly has captured the imagination of millions of Americans. And whereas both the western and eastern monarch populations have seen significant declines with less than 1% of the western monarch population remaining, while the eastern population has fallen by as much as 90%. And whereas Durham recognizes that human health ultimately depends on well-functioning ecosystems and that biodiverse regions can better support food production, healthy soil and air quality, and can foster healthy connections between humans and wildlife. And whereas cities, towns, and counties have a critical role to play to help save the monarch butterfly, and Durham is striving to become a leader. And whereas on March 30, 2021, I signed the National Wildlife Federation's Mayor's Monarch Pledge and have officially committed to taking meaningful action to protect the monarch butterfly. And whereas Durham is committed to create a community-driven educational conservation strategy that focuses on and benefits local underserved residents, host or support a Monarch Neighborhood Challenge to engage neighborhoods within the community to increase awareness, support community unity around a common mission, and create habitat for the monarch butterfly, supporting the various conservation and environmental group efforts in Durham, such as the Bull City Trailblazers. Whereas every resident of Durham can make a difference for the monarch by planting native milkweed and nectar plants to provide habitat for the monarch and pollinators in locations where people live, work, learn, play, and worship. And whereas Durham has committed to continually recognizing the efforts and importance of the Durham Area Audubon Society, engaging in conversation with community gardens on best practices for cultivating a space for pollinators, participation in milkweed seed exchanges, keeping greenways and community art an integral part of the city of Durham's culture. And yes, therefore, Now, therefore, I, Stephen M. Schul, Mayor of the City of Durham, do hereby proclaim the 21st day of June as Mayor's Monarch Pledge Day in Durham and encourage all residents to participate in community activities that support and celebrate monarch conservation. Witness my hand the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 21st day of June 2021, Stephen M. Schul, Mayor. So thank you very much to Ms. Griffin for really doing the work to get that together. And I'm now going to ask Ashley Robbins to please join us and say a few words from the Bull City Trailblazers.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ashley Robbins. I'm with the Bull City Trailblazers, the Durham chapter of the North Carolina Wildlife Federation. BCT, being committed to the appreciation and protection of Durham's natural areas, accept this proclamation with enthusiasm, especially today, the first day of National Pollinator Week. Monarch butterflies are in decline due to habitat loss, as well as unsustainable pest control measures that threaten other native pollinators as well. By protecting the monarch and spreading awareness, we protect our green spaces, our environment, and our agroeconomy. We thank the mayor and his staff not only for taking the time to support the National Wildlife Federation Monarch Pledge, but also for analyzing and developing specific goals that will best benefit the diverse communities within our city. We also pass along support from our parent organization, the North Carolina Wildlife Federation, and our like-minded partners, Toxic Free NC, the Garden Club of North Carolina, Eno River Association, Irby Creek Watershed Association, Merrickmore Community, New Hope Audubon Society, the Museum of Life and Science, the Triangle Land Conservancy, Durham Parks Foundation, and Keep Durham Beautiful. We look forward to assisting you and your staff with implementing this beneficial project.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robbins. We very much appreciate your being with us today for this important occasion. And I'm excited about the work we're going to do to preserve and protect butterflies in Durham and the biodiversity that we treasure. All right, colleagues, those are our ceremonial items. And now we're going to move on to announcement by members of the council. I'm going to start. I have an announcement. I'm sorry, it's rather longer than usual. And Madam Clerk, at some point I'll ask you to put okay, there it comes. Here's a picture. Here's a relevant picture. In the summer of 1986, LGBTQ activists and their allies approached Mayor Wib Gully to sign an anti-discrimination proclamation written by Durham's Mab Segrist and others. On June 25th, 1986, Mayor Gully signed the Anti-Discrimination Week proclamation declaring the last week in June to be Anti-Discrimination Week in Durham. Among other clauses, the proclamation said that it is the right of all people to live in dignity and self-respect. It went on to say, whereas lesbian and gay men often face discrimination in housing, employment, immigration policy, child custody, and many other parts of their lives. They are often targets of harassment, intimidation, and violent attack merely because of their affectional orientations, and they have contributed to the spiritual, artistic, and civic life of our city. And whereas all people have the right to love and live free from bigotry, violence, and fear in the workplace, the family, and streets of our city, our places of worship and play, our hospitals and clinics, our schools, and the privacy of our homes. Colleagues, you will remember the history lesson we had about this proclamation and its aftermath from our public historian, Eddie Davis, a couple of years ago. Following this proclamation, you will remember, reactionary forces launched a recall campaign against Mayor Gully and gathered thousands of signatures to try to force a recall election. Others launched a no recall petition, tabling alongside the tables of the recall proponents, engaging in debates, writing letters to the editor, and doing all the kinds of organizing available to us at that time. And I will just mention to you all that there was no Twitter, no email, but plenty of door-to-door. Fortunately, the recall proponents fell just short of having the number of signatures they needed, and I'm glad to say that Mayor Gully was reelected handily in the following year. Today, we are remembering this moment because this week is the 35th anniversary of that momentous proclamation, and it's slightly too exciting but ultimately triumphant aftermath. This is also the 35th anniversary of the first state Gay Pride March, which was held here in Durham in June of that year. There had been a previous march in downtown Durham a couple of years before when a gay man was murdered here at the Little River, which I attended, a day of incredible sadness and anger. But the 1986 march was a day of defiance and excitement and joy. I'm glad. I was at this point going to ask the clerk, but she already has posted a photo, which I gave her, of three people that you might recognize at that march. I want to thank activists like Mab Segrist, Mandy Carter, and so many others who led these events 35 years ago. We have made a lot of progress, and we still have a lot of progress to make until justice is present and real for all of us. I know we can do that here in Durham. And I hope you enjoyed the photograph. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, colleagues. Yes, I was that young once. Thank you all for allowing me to make that rather long announcement, but I think an important anniversary for our city, the 35th anniversary of the Anti-Discrimination Proclamation, declaring what was then called gay rights in our city. All right, other announcements. Councilmember Freeman and then Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment and to also just share in that 35 years is a long time, but it seems like there's so much more ahead of us. And so I want to thank you for that work. And I also want to just note there's a little bit of background noise. Please excuse it. I'm in a public place. But I wanted to take a moment, and it seems monumentous as well. I mean, in 35 years, this is the first year we've celebrated Juneteenth as a federal holiday, and then also for our city staff to have the day off. And so I'm grateful that we're doing this work. And all the years that I've brought the resolution forward with unanimous support. I didn't expect it to happen this quickly, but I'm excited that it has. And I just wanted to take a moment and just thank all of the various community members who pulled together very robust Juneteenth celebrations in the face of what is can often be determined as a kind of attack on Black history, acknowledging how HB 324, which we'll talk about later this evening, just trying to make sure that folks understand exactly what history we're talking about when we're having a discussion about critical race theory. And so I just wanted to just thank the Village of Wisdom and Hayti Heritage Center for their event on Friday. And then also wanted to thank Bragtown Community Association and Oxford Manor residents for their events on Saturday. And then also Spectacular Magazine and all the various sponsors who came together to make sure that the event took off very well. So thank you very much.
I wish I could.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I agree. What a momentous Juneteenth it was this year. Wonderful, wonderful. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, colleagues. It's great to be with you tonight on our last meeting of this particular fiscal year, good Lord willing. I wanted to make three announcements tonight. First of all, last week, in the middle of last week, I learned that a close family member was having major surgery on Friday morning. And so Thursday, I got on the road and came down here and have been mostly at the hospital with her and our family ever since. And I'm glad to be able to participate in this meeting tonight by this virtual means, this miracle of modern technology. And it occurred to me, first of all praise due to the amazing staff at Grand Strand Medical Center and the Cardiovascular Intensive Care Unit. They are amazing. If you need to have major heart surgery, that's definitely the place to do it. I was thinking today about how great it is that I'm able to participate in this meeting and still be here for my family. And it occurred to me that that we are going to lose the ability to do that in the not too distant future. And I thought that's not awesome. And maybe we should have a committee of the city council who look at our procedures to figure out how we might do that. And then I realized we have that committee, and I'm the chair of it, the Council Procedures Committee. So this is my way of telling y'all that over the summer, I will, to our city attorney staff, they won't get the summer away from me altogether. We'll be working with them to figure out what changes we might need to make to allow for remote participation in our meetings, bring that to the Procedures Committee sometime in the early fall, and hopefully have something to put before the council thereafter. I think there are ways to do it. There are other jurisdictions that do this. I want to find a way to make that happen because, but for the pandemic and the changes in how we run our meetings, I would not have been able to participate in passing this budget tonight, and that would really have been bad. Although the budget still would have passed, it would have been awesome, but that would have been bad. So that's number one. Number two, I pulled off at a rest stop Thursday afternoon to send y'all an email that I also sent to senior staff at the city about the longtime homeowner grant program and about the possibility of extending the deadline for current applications and figuring out a way to expand the program citywide as soon as possible. So the mayor reached out to me today and said he'd talked to the city manager, and we're going to have an opportunity to talk about that at the end of our meeting in other matters. And so I want to thank the mayor and the city manager and for all of your patience as we try to figure out an answer to that particular vexing problem. Third and finally, we have an agenda item tonight, Agenda 19, loan that's about $2.3 million loan from the city of Durham to DHA for the replacement of sewer lines at the Maureen Road DHA community. Earlier today, Councilmember Caballero and I had the privilege to meet with one of the residents of Maureen Road who for about a year and a half lived in a ground floor unit in one of the buildings affected by the problems with plumbing there. I will not regale you with even a tenth of what she's had to endure the last year and a half. But what I will say is this. I'm glad that we are helping the Housing Authority make the absolutely critical and urgent repairs that are needed at Maureen Road to make sure that those homes are habitable for their residents. I don't want to pull the item, and I have not pulled the item. But what I do want to say is this. As a council and as a community, we have to find a way to make sure that the Durham Housing Authority is and remains accountable to its residents and to us as a community. What I heard today from the resident who was brave enough to come talk to two city council members about this should not happen to anyone in the city of Durham, whether they live in a Durham Housing Authority community or anywhere else in our city. And so I'm hoping that we can work together to find some way to make sure that that happens. One thing I'd like to propose, and this is something we've talked about, and I don't know if there's anything on the books about it, but I really feel like it would be helpful for us to have a joint meeting with the board of the Durham Housing Authority and the city council to kind of talk about the direction we're going and maybe some ways to improve accountability along these lines. I know that the Housing Authority has made considerable progress over the last couple of months in their maintenance backlog of work orders, but this is something that I will just be honest with you, I was enraged earlier today, and I'm much calmer about it now, but this is something that I think we have to make a top priority as we go into the next year, just because it makes a huge difference to our neighbors who are living in these communities. So that's the last thing I wanted to say, and I know that we'll be able to come together and figure some stuff out. So those are the announcements I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Other announcements? Councilmember Caballero, then Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to thank my colleague for uplift all those comments because I concur 100%. I look forward to the conversation with DHA in the future. Additionally, I wanted to thank Mayor Schul for joining. We are now a member of the Mayors Organized for Reparations and Equity. More. I saw the posting that he put on social media, and I just wanted to say I was very moved by seeing all of the celebrations around Juneteenth. And I know we as a council have talked about reparations before, but I want to publicly declare that I believe that until there's reparations in this country, Juneteenth and other celebrations fall very short at what we owe many citizens and residents of this country, Black U.S. Americans. And so I just wanted to thank the mayor for joining in on that endeavor.
Thank you very much, council member. There are 12 of us, 12 mayors, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot more. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you, and good evening, friends, and good evening all watching. I thank my sister, Councilmember Caballero, for her words. And I want to also add my prayers with yours, Charlie, for your family member. And I'm glad you're able to be there with them. Mr. Mayor, I want to just say happy Juneteenth to everyone that celebrated. I want to echo the sentiments of my good colleague, Councilmember Freeman, and thank her for the years she's brought the resolution before us. I know that within our community, there's some discussion as to whether or not the government should have even put its hands on Juneteenth. There are some that think it should have happened. There are some that think that it shouldn't have happened. But I just want to say that the brand of racism that's been practiced in the United States is so insidious and deep that I think a case could be made on either side. Racism is so crazy in America that I think a case can be made that either standing or kneeling for the national anthem are both subversive, depending on how you look at it. For somebody's going to be offended by it. The government making Juneteenth a holiday or not making Juneteenth a holiday, I think a case could be made really on either side, a compelling case. That's just how deep it is. So to all those celebrating Happy Juneteenth, I was pleased to have an opportunity to attend some of the festivities on Saturday here in Durham. But I started my Juneteenth celebration visiting Memphis, Tennessee, Mr. Mayor, to carry the goodwill and best wishes to Chief Davis as she was installed as the new Chief of Police in Memphis. Memphis, a 202-year-old city. This is the first time that they have sworn in a woman as the Chief of Police, and I was pleased to be there. On our behalf, Mr. Mayor, I'm charged also to bring back the greetings and best wishes from Mayor Strickland and our council colleagues there in Memphis to you and to all of the residents and citizens of Durham. They send their best wishes to us. And I said, whatever, as I left. But that's another story. I had opportunity to visit the Mark as millions of pilgrims and allies have done before me, to stand and reflect for a moment at the place where Martin Luther King was martyred. And I could not help but think about Durham as I stood there, because on that day that Dr. King was killed, he was supposed to be in Durham. But alas, it was not to be. So even standing in that sacred spot, a whole lot of emotions washed over me, but I found myself thinking about my city because Dr. King was impressed with Durham. Dr. King loved the culture, loved the intellectual vibe, loved Mickey Michaud, loved Central, loved walking down Main Street, loved White Rock Baptist Church. He loved Durham. There was something about Durham that drew him here, the food and the culture. Much is made about the disagreements, the legendary disagreement between W.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. But one thing that they agreed upon was that Durham was a hot city. They both agreed that Durham was the place to be, particularly for Black folk. So as I started my Juneteenth there, thinking about all of these people from the outside who celebrate Durham and who have looked to Durham, I was reminded of just the incredible privilege and burden we have as leaders in this city at this moment, at this particular point in history, to make sure our city is worthy of how enamored people on the outside are of Durham for those that actually live here and the residents of Durham. So, I kind of took a silent pledge to myself, and I just want to, on this night as we're still, as the celebrations of Juneteenth are still echoing in our atmosphere here in Durham, just say that I hope, I know that we will be committed. We're going to pass a great budget tonight, but after that we would get busy and get down to the brass tacks of the work of making the Durham that so many people fell in love with from the outside, all of these luminaries who have traveled to Durham to celebrate us, to make that Durham just as real for the most vulnerable, for the most impoverished, for the most in danger physically in our city as well. This is a privilege that we have, but it's also a burden. I know it's thankless, but I want to thank you for the work that you do and continue to do, for your commitment. I know the extraordinary amount of money you make is part of the reason why you do this, but I just want to say, for all of the other stuff that you have to put up with, I'm proud to be in the work. I recommit myself during this Juneteenth to making what Dr. King and what W.B. Du Bois and what Booker T. Washington saw about Durham as real for someone whose name will never be in the newspaper, or no monuments or museums will be lifted on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for representing us in Memphis. That's really awesome that you were there. All right, other announcements? Okay, thank you, colleagues. We'll now move on to priority items, and I'll first ask if there are any priority items by the city manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. I do have several priority items for you this evening. Agenda item number 9, fiscal year 2021-2022 2022 budget and 2022-2027 capital improvement plan, CIP, attachments number 1 through 36 were added. Agenda item number 12, Commerce Street Apartments Residential Development, revised and restated development loan commitment, Durham Housing Authority, DHA, downtown neighborhood plan. Pursuant to council's request, additional information has been provided in attachment number 6. Agenda item number 17, development loan to Elizabeth Street Apartments, LLC. Pursuant to council's request, additional information has been provided in attachment number 5. Agenda item number 40, comprehensive plan, community goals and objectives adoption. Attachments number 1 and number 8 were updated. Agenda item number 41, consolidated annexation, Bertha Gamble residence. Attachment number 11 was updated. Agenda item number 42, consolidated annexation, Lumley Road Industrial. Attachment number 10 was updated. Agenda item number 43, consolidated annexation, 1051 Olive Branch Road. Attachment number 23 was added and attachment number 22 was updated. And finally, agenda item number 49, a resolution in support of the American Jobs Plan. A supplemental item was added. That is all I have this evening, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Madam Attorney, any priority items tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. It's good to see you all. The City Attorney's Office does not have any priority items this evening.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any items tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. I have 2 items. I'd like to let you know that item 50, the resolution in support of Durham Public Schools Board of Education opposing House Bill 324 has been added to the agenda as a supplemental item. And item number 7, I'm requesting council approve the recommended nominations of Kevin Griffin and Leslie Elaine Madison to the Workforce Development Board. But for the 3rd vacancy, I'm requesting council vote to refer the vacancy back to the Workforce Development Executive Committee for additional review.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the staff of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development has asked that we refer that 3rd potential appointment back of Mr. Atkinson. You have heard the clerk's request that we vote to do so, and I'm going to ask for a motion that we refer that appointment back to come back to us after the break.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freelon. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, colleagues. We will now move to the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of items that the council has previously worked on and can be approved by a single vote of the council. Items can be pulled from the consent agenda by a member of the council or the member of the public, and if pulled, will be heard at the end of the meeting. I will now read the consent agenda items. Item 1, approval of city council minutes. Item 2, audit services oversight committee appointment. Item 3, Durham City County Environmental Affairs Board appointments. Item 4, Durham Homeless Services Advisory Committee appointment. Item 5, Durham Workers' Rights Commission appointments. Item 6, Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee appointment. Item 7, Workforce Development Board appointments. And colleagues, we have just voted to send one of these appointments back, as you know. So we're voting on the other 2. Item 8, American Rescue Plan, ARPA of 2021 Grant Project Ordinance. Item 9, Fiscal Year 2021-22 Budget and 22-27 Capital Improvement Plan, CIP. This was pulled by a member of the public. After the consent agenda, we will hear from this person, and then we will move to vote on that item. I don't want to hold the most important item of the year to the end of the meeting. Item 10, Recovery Renewal Task Force RRTF funding request for Convention Center Complex. Item 11, Recovery Renewal Task Force RRTF funding request for Rediscover Durham proposal. Item 12, Commerce Street Apartments Residential Development, revised and restated development loan commitment, Durham Housing Authority, DHA Downtown Neighborhood Plan.
I'm going to pull that item.
Item 12?
Yes.
Okay. Item 13, Conditional Binding Commitment to Development Ventures, Inc. for the Commerce Street Seniors Development. Item 14, Contract with Durham County for the provision of housing opportunities for persons with HIV/AIDS, COVID-19, OPLA-CV, short-term rent mortgage, and utility STRMU assistance. Item 15, Contract with Matrix Health and Safety Consultants for lead hazard control, lead inspection risk assessment, LIRA, and clearance services. Item 16, Contract with the L Group, Inc. for lead hazard control, lead inspection risk assessment, LIRA, and clearance services. Item 17, Development Loan to Elizabeth Street Apartments, LLC. Item 18.
If I could just pull that one as well. 17.
Item 18, Grant Contract with Legal Aid of North Carolina, LANC, to provide legal representation to City of Durham residents facing eviction. Item 19, Loan Agreement with Maureen Road, LLC for the replacement of the sanitary lines at Maureen Road Apartments. Item 20, Interlocal Agreement for review, approval, and implementation of transit improvements. Item 21, North and South Durham Water.
Sorry, 20 as well.
Item 21, North and South Durham Water Reclamation Facilities Process Improvements, Amendment Number 8 to Professional Engineering Services Contract. Item 22, South Durham Water Reclamation Facility Process Improvements Phase 2 Construction Award to TA Loving Company. Item 23, Bid Report April 2021. Item 24, Letter of Credit, LOC, and Guarantee Agreement for Durham City Transit Company, DCTC Insurance Large Deductible Program. Item 25, Resolution approving the sale of not to exceed $263 million water and sewer utility system revenue refunding bond, Series 2021. Item 26, Resolution authorizing the virtual city auction. Item 27, Hazardous Materials Cost Recovery. Item 28, Design Build Services Contract with Skanska USA Building, Inc. for Major League Baseball facility standards upgrades at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park. Item 29, Professional Engineering Design Services Contract Amendment with Kimley Horn and Associated, Inc. The R. Kelly Bryant Ridge Trail Project, EB 5720. Item 30, Professional Engineering Design Services Contract Amendment with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. for the Third Fork Creek Phase 2 Trail Project, EB 5837. Item 31, Housing Code Text Amendment due to NCGS Chapter 160D. Item 32, Unsafe Building Code Text Amendment due to NCGS Chapter 160D. Item 33, Contract with Infinity Bridges, Inc. to provide economic development consulting services. Item 34, Contract for pre-employment polygraph examination of police applicants. Item 35, Contract Amendment Number 10 for ST 264C for professional services related to federal road improvements. Item 36, Subscription Services Agreement with Recollect Systems, Inc. for digital waste management software solutions. Item 37, Contract with ePlus Technology, Inc. for network managed services. Item 38, Contract with Presidio Network Solutions, LLC for voice over internet protocol, telephone system managed services. Colleagues, you have heard the consent agenda, and with the exception of items 9, 12, 17, and 20, I'll accept a motion for their approval.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda has passed. We have an exceptionally long agenda tonight. We have 7 public hearings. We have 2 items to follow that. Actually, three items, including the one I added by Councilmember Reese. So I don't want to make people stay for all those items, our staff. So I'm going to go ahead and hear these other items now. We'll begin with item 9. And Madam Clerk, could you please make Larry Hester available to be heard? Mr. Hester, you're welcome to be here, and we glad to see you. You have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, there are 4 Larry Hesters.
Well, why don't you make one of them available to be heard, and let's see how it goes. Mr. Hester, are you available to be heard? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Hester?
Or perhaps raise his hand.
Mr. Hester, can you raise your virtual hand so that we know that you're here? All right. Can you see that person to unmute, Madam Clerk? All right, Mr. Hester, you are available to be heard. Could you please unmute yourself?
There we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Hester. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Larry Hester, and I reside at 229 Shalimar Drive. At our last meeting of the Fayetteville Street Planning Group, members expressed grave concern on the need for an effective public safety initiative to assist in the economic development of our corridor. This is why we came to speak tonight. In 2001, we presented a petition already on file with the city to the Durham City Council with over 600 signatures requesting walking and bicycle patrols along the Fayetteville Street corridor. We feel that crime, actual and perpetual, and perceptual, and economic development cannot coexist in the same community. The petition reads in part, we, the undersigned business owners and residents of Durham, request that a 24-hour walking and bicycle patrol and undercover officer be established immediately for the Greater Durham Southeast Business District. We further request that this patrol be a permanent assignment of officers to beat 411 of Police District 4. This request is based on beliefs that walking and bicycle patrols help to deter crime before it starts, promote a safe environment for all citizens, and help form a healthy relationship between the police and residents, business owners in our community. This effort would embody the spirit of community policing, not to infringe on the rights of any individual, but to protect the rights of all individuals in our area. It is my personal opinion that when services are reduced in an area, there are negative outcomes. Our fire department was relocated to the Research Triangle. Our police substation on Fayetteville Street was relocated off Miami Boulevard. Our public safety officers who were assigned to do community policing were reassigned in 2019. And we met with the police department about this, and I think I met with one of our council members about it. We've lost our South Side community to gentrification as the residents did not fully understand the full effect of redevelopment of their community in the manner in which it was done. This council has an opportunity to strengthen the Fayetteville Street community by creating the safest environment for its residents, businesses, students, visitors to live, work, and enjoy. We hope that this budget can accommodate these requests and the council can make that happen. Our people do have some expectations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hester. We appreciate your being with us. Also tonight, we have Mr. Donald Hughes. Madam Clerk, can you make Mr. Hughes available to be heard? Mr. Hughes, can you be heard?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome. And you also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I want to first start off by just taking a moment of personal privilege to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for attending our vaccination clinic that we held at Hillside High School a couple of weekends ago, where we vaccinated about 366 community members, 96% of them historically marginalized population members, and 72% 12 to 17-year-olds. I think it was an amazing collaborative effort that really speaks to the spirit of Durham. But tonight I'm here to talk about something that I talked about at previous meetings, funding for our Durham Youth Works Summer Jobs Program. As we honor Juneteenth and the spirit of freedom of our people, we must also be intentional about the economic liberation of our people. So what does this look like in Durham? This looks like investing in our youth, providing them with summer opportunities to work and gain skills that will put them on pathways to the middle class, and really supporting the full development, the whole development of our community, again, through doubling the amount that we're investing into the Summer Jobs Program. I want to thank the manager and her staff for the development of the budget, as I'm sure it is a very difficult process to manage and to really gather the concerns and the ideas of the community into a comprehensive document. But I do want to offer a suggestion. After the public hearings that are held and the engagement sessions that are held, I, as a person who attended North Carolina Central University, obtained a master's degree in public administration, have worked in city government for nearly a decade, I wasn't able to identify a document that showed what changes, if any, occurred after those engagement sessions were heard or held. So what I would suggest to you all as a council is that future budget sessions or the development of future budgets, if you all would allow city staff to create a document that shows any changes that are made based on community's response to the proposed budget. I think that's something that is imperative. If you have these sessions and you ask for feedback from the community members, and it's not just a performative type of action, then we should be able to see some changes from the time that those engagement events are held and the final budget is voted on. So that's just a suggestion from a community member that's looking to really have a transparent process, and so that way we can keep our folks engaged and feel like they have a real say in what our budget looks like. So thank you again, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, for this time, and I encourage you to vote to double the Durham Youth Works Program so that we can serve about 1,000 young people in this community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. We appreciate you being with us. All right, colleagues. This item is the adoption of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget and 22-27 capital improvement plan, CIP. And I'll now accept a motion for its approval.
So moved.
Second. Thank you very much. Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freelon. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I see that it says in the chat from Mr. Hester that Denise Hester signed up to speak on item 9. I did not see Ms. Hester having signed up to speak on item 9, but Ms. Hester, we're glad to hear you. Madam Clerk, can you make Denise Hester available to be heard? I don't see Denise Hester anywhere in the chat.
Mr. Mayor, I believe she's one of the Larry Hesters that have
All right.
arrived at the meeting.
All right. Ms. Hester, can you please raise your virtual hand so we can know which one of the 4 Larry Hesters we should unmute? Okay. I see. Ms. Hester, are you available to be heard?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. We're glad to have you. You also have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Denise Hester at 229 Shalimar Drive, and I'm a member of the Fayetteville Street Planning Group. For over 150 years, African Americans helped make Durham an economic powerhouse as entrepreneurs, workers, and citizens. And our ancestors endured slavery, Jim Crow segregation, urban renewal, eminent domain, and now gentrification, but without losing hope of sharing in our city's prosperity. But it appears that our city's funding priorities do not include key elements that could lead to an upward spiral for Fayetteville Street. such as enhanced public safety and public infrastructure improvements. The Fayetteville Street Planning Group members have worked for over 20 years for community policing and public improvements to our corridor that would benefit the entire community, not just one location. In 2005, over 200 community members created a community plan for the future development of the Fayetteville Street Plan and its surrounding neighborhoods. That plan was never acted on and is probably gathering dust someplace at City Hall. I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine how Fayetteville Street would look with new wide sidewalks, brick crosswalks, landscaped road medians, historic street lights, buried utilities, new bus shelters, street trees, pocket parks, historic banners, and signage. Imagine regular bicycle and walking patrols through our corridor acting as a deterrent to crime. Just imagine. It is unfortunate that downtown and other corridors receive streetscape improvements, but the Fayetteville Street Corridor Group, who initiated the streetscape plan, has not. It is also unfortunate that so much of Durham's African-American history lives on Fayetteville Street. Landmarks, residents, businesses, institutions, neighborhoods, local historic district, national historic district, I could go on, yet our community has garnered so little of our city's public resources to help it rebuild. This budget and this CIP could have been an opportunity for this council, and we hope that will change in the future, to help restore Fayetteville Street to the prominence it deserves by adopting the Fayetteville Street Neighborhood Master Plan and by funding streetscape improvements for our corridor. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hester, thank you very much for being with us tonight. We very much appreciate it. All right, colleagues, we'll now move to item 12, which was pulled by Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I honestly wanted to say something on the previous item before we started voting, but I couldn't get my mute to unmute. But I just want to note that I do agree fully with the comments that Mr. Hester and Ms. Hester made. And I think that the Fayetteville Street corridor is underserved in a way that's kind of disrespectful to the history of what's occurred in that area. And so I would like to figure out how we can address it in a way that meets the values of our city. And in addition to that, I also have been stressing that it would be beneficial to us as a city to double our number of youth works of students and youth who are involved with those opportunities. And so I appreciate Mr. Hughes being here this evening and repeating that comment. For item number 12, I just wanted to make sure that we got a very good, clear understanding. I had some questions over the weekend, and I just wanted to just note for folks that I do realize that that we're moving from the 9% loan to the 4% loan, and that changed the costs that would be there. But I do note that in the document, there is a 30 and 60%, and there's no notation on how many. And so I just wanted to make sure we were able to explain the prioritization and how it would work so that folks didn't have the questions.
I believe we'll be hearing from Mr. Johnson.
Yes, greetings, Mayor. Reginald Johnson, Director of the Department of Community Development. I do have Mr. Anthony Scott, who is on the call. He would need to be upgraded, I think, might be able to answer that question. Quite frankly, I'm not sure about the question. So if Councilmember, if you could repeat the question you asked. I think you're asking what is the change in the number of units for 30% and 60% AMI, but I'm not sure.
So just noting, and I'll pull up the page. So on page 3, in section 2, where you're talking about like Commerce Street seniors, and I think again on page 2, where you're talking about Commerce Street apartments, the 84 units of mixed income development and the proposed 88 units of mixed income development. There's no indication of the number. And I just wanted to note that I assume, based on what I'm reading, that it's due to the cost. But I just want to make sure that the prioritization that would be in place and making sure that 30% was at a certain number and 60% would be at a certain number is still in place. And that didn't change because of the 9 to 4% change.
So I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Scott, but there is a specific number for those number of units.
Mr. Scott, can you make yourself heard?
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And if I think I understand your question, Commissioner Freeman, are you asking, has the number of units at certain income ranges changed?
Exactly.
Okay. No, that hasn't changed. That remains the same. And just a little bit more clarity, it's we switched from a 9% tax credit application to a 4% tax credit application. The 9% is competitive, the 4% is non-competitive. And that was a change made because there were some changes in the legislation around the 4% credits that made them essentially more valuable. And then in dealing with the increased cost that we've all heard about, it made more sense to break, even though these are two separate developments, they're going to actually go in as kind of one deal. So you actually get to save money by doing it that way. It's those two things that drove the decision to switch from a 9% competitive application to a 4%, which is a non-competitive application. So it comes out better for the overall development because you can do more units. 9% has, in North Carolina, the 9% credits really kind of puts a cap on the number of units that you can actually apply for. With 4%, there is no cap. And so by combining the two, you actually save costs in a variety of ways.
Thank you. That was all.
You're welcome.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Colleagues, will now, I'll accept a motion to approve the Commerce Street Apartment Residential Development, item 12.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Reese. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now move to item 17. This was also pulled by Councilmember Freeman.
And just a clarifying point on where the dollars are coming from for the loan.
Mr. Johnson, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. So the dollars are coming, these are dollars that are from the affordable housing bond.
And so that means that there are dollars coming from the affordable housing bond in this current year is what I'm getting, is what I also wanted to make sure that we note.
So the way I would respond to that, that's what the source is of the funding. The actual dollars won't be actually going out until the next fiscal year, of course.
Okay.
But it's so in terms of cash, and what actually is going to happen is that the finance department is going to use other dollars before we actually use bond dollars and go to the market.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, colleagues, I'll now accept a motion to approve item 17.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by, can I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. And we'll now move to item 20. This item was also pulled by Councilmember Freeman. And this is interlocal agreement for review, approval, implementation of transit improvements. And I see Mr. Egan is with us. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear about how the prioritization plan was going to shift or change, acknowledging that there was a conversation around Route 9 bus stops and what have you not being included in the plan. And I just want to make sure that they are included as a priority, and that there is a plan to address upcoming priorities that might come up as we find them.
So this is Sean Egan, Director of Transportation for the City of Durham. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. We have had very good discussions with Go Triangle about ensuring that Bragtown bus stop locations are included in design and construction plans moving forward. I was able to participate in a bus tour of Bragtown on June 12th, and we saw a number of the locations that would benefit from these improvements, and we have gotten very favorable responses from our colleagues at Go Triangle to make sure that that locations in that community will be prioritized going forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just noting, I think that there was some concern around whether or not that would happen. And so I just want to appreciate you saying that this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. All right, colleagues, we'll now vote on item 20. I'll accept a motion for its approval.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Caballero, that we approve item 20. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, colleague, we'll now move to our public hearing items. The first item is item 40, Comprehensive Plan Community Goals and Objective Adoption, and I see Mr. Whiteman is with us. Welcome, Mr. Whiteman.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schul and City Council. This item is the community goals and objectives, to which the City Council held a public hearing on June 15th. This includes the changes that were presented at that public hearing to include revisions to address biodiversity as requested by the Audubon Society. There were no other changes made since the June 15th meeting. Staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. Colleagues, as you know, we have had the public hearing on this item jointly with our County Commission colleagues. And I'll first ask, I don't believe we need to open another public hearing, do we, Mr. Whiteman?
You do not, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So colleagues, what we would need here is to adopt a resolution on the community goals and objectives for the Durham Comprehensive Plan. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, before we make the motion, I just wanted to make sure that we circle back around acknowledging there was some conversations.
We'll have some conversation. We'll have some discussion in a minute. But first, can I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. Discussion. Councilmember Freeman.
Just circling back around to the engagement blueprint and how this process worked, I just wanted to make sure that there was also a process to make sure that the changes and adjustments that were made, similar to how Mr. Hughes mentioned earlier, were also circulated back to the folks who were involved in the process, noting that there may have been some shifts and changes. It's not that there couldn't be, but just noting that if there were, that there was some way for folks to not get blindsided by the changes.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Whiteman?
So Councilmember Freeman, we did, because of the short turnaround, we did not have time to review this with our outreach team and some of the other mechanisms we've had to review changes in the past. We will make sure we do that. We feel based on all of the discussions and participation we've had that the changes that were made are minor and do not really don't change anything fundamental about the objectives from what we talked about with the community. But we'll make sure that the folks who have participated are aware of what was changed.
And thank you. I think specifically there was one request from INC, the Interneighborhood Council, around the feedback that they offered, which was quite substantial, and just making sure that they get feedback on why the changes weren't incorporated.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood your question. So we didn't have time to review the changes from Tuesday. with the community, but we tried to be as transparent as possible about which changes were made and which ones were not, and what the reasons were. So, and if there's still confusion about that, we'd be happy to do that even more in the future.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. Any further discussion? All right, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor to adopt a resolution on the community goals and objectives for the Durham Comprehensive Plan, and we have this resolution in our agenda. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
How about aye?
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll now move on to item 41, Consolidated Annexation, Bertha Gamble Residence. And first, we will hear the report from staff.
Good evening, Mayor Schul, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, honorable council members. Alexander Cahill here with the Planning Department. I'm happy to be here with you tonight. I do want to note that all affidavits of notices are on record in the Planning Department and are available upon request. A request for a utility extension agreement, a voluntary annexation, and an initial zoning map change has been received from a private landowner, Bertha Gamble, for one parcel of land totaling around 16.5 acres and located around 1518 Hamlin Road. This annexation petition is for a non-contiguous expansion of the existing satellite corporate limits. The landowner is in the process of constructing a single-family residence and is seeking annexation into the city for the purpose of connecting to the city's water system. A septic system was previously installed and permitted on the site that currently meets county septic requirements. The resident is seeking connection to the city's water utility either through annexation or solely through utility extension agreement with annexation. As the case before you is relatively unique, we do want to take a quick minute to walk you through how we got to the two sets of motions that you have at hand. When an annexation petition is received, planning works with Budget and Management Services, who works diligently to put together a fiscal impact analysis and with data provided from reviewer departments. That fiscal impact analysis determines whether an annexation petition is revenue negative or revenue positive at build out. This analysis determines whether it's, negative or positive at build out. In the cases where this impact analysis determines that it would be negative, such as this case, the council in its sole discretion can excuse the annexation requirement to connect to city utilities. This discretion is granted to the council by City Code Section 70-129. This cost benefit analysis performed by Budget and Management Services did come back as revenue negative. And additionally, one single family residence on a large geographic swath of land that's located on the furthest side of a previously annexed satellite area does create potential issues for the provision of public safety to the site, as the site is on the edge of certification standards. Because of these, and we have offered two sets of motions tonight for you to consider. The first set is for you to adopt the ordinance annexing Bertha Gamble into the city of Durham and authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Bertha Gamble, and of course to adopt the zoning ordinance. Staff has also provided a second motion this evening, which you found in your staff report, that allows you to excuse the annexation requirement and approve the utility extension agreement. This alternative motion would authorize the council to approve this utility extension without annexing Bertha Gamble into the city limits, as council finds that the development of the property proposed for annexation is found to be revenue negative based on a fiscal impact analysis. Staff is recommending that the city council approves the second set of motions, the alternative motions, and just approves the utility extension agreement. Thank you for your time this evening. We know it's a complicated case. Staff and the applicant team are here for any questions.
Mr. Coltrane, did you make the usual statements about the the hearings this evening being advertised in the required ways. Did I miss
Yes,
that?
sir.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
All right, colleagues, you have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask if there are any questions for staff by members of the council. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cahill, good evening. Thank you for your presentation. You did a really great job explaining kind of a weird situation. When in the process of designing and building this home, did this property owner apply for annexation?
That is a great question. I believe they are able to answer that tonight. But for planning's perspective, we found out, I think it was 3 or 4 months into the process.
3 or 4 months ago, you said?
3 or 4 months into the construction of the home.
Okay. Alrighty, I'll have some more questions for the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Cahill.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Mr. Cahill. I realized I called you Mr. Cultra a minute ago. Apologies. Not that there's anything the matter with being called Mr. Cultra, but just that I mixed you up. All right. Other questions for staff at this time? I do have one, Mr. Cahill. Who will pay for the extension of the water line? I know that I was looking at the map. The water line goes right by this property, but the hookup and that sort of thing. Is there, if we don't annex, is there cost to the city?
No, so the utility extension agreement is written for the cost to fall on the landowner to construct that extension.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions for staff at this time? All right, if not, I see that one person has signed up to speak on this item, Glenn White. Madam Clerk, can you make Mr. White available to be heard?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. White. Welcome. Mr. White, we welcome any comments that you might have, but also you heard the question from Councilmember Reese, and so perhaps you could try to answer that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. We started the process back in October. When we started to build the home about a year and a half ago, we did everything in our power to find well water on site. We did multiple well attempts, even had a dowser come out, if you can believe in that. Did multiple well permits, and just didn't have any luck. We even tried to tank potable water, and that was declined by the County of Durham to be able to do that. I just want to mention that this is a sizable property. It does butt up against, right up against the current city jurisdiction. I think it's worth noting that certainly I would hope that the council could weigh that Mr. and Mrs. Gamble Harris are lifelong residents. Excuse me, they have a successful business within the city of Durham. And, they're not developers, they're just doing what they can to put that home on that property and function within, we did have the desire, or they did have the desire back about a year and a half ago to go down this annexation process. And, it's great to see, the face with the name here, because Mr. Cahill and Mr. Coulter both have been very helpful in this process. But nonetheless, it has been an 8-month, very complicated, very expensive process. And Mr. and Mrs. Gamble Harris have provided everything that has been asked of them. We have currently are paying the connection tap-on fees. We paid for every bit of the annexation permits. All that has been done and completed. So, my hope is just that the council will put a certain weight on the history of the Gambles and their longevity of being there and living within Durham their whole life, and successful tax-based business owners within the city of Durham. So, my hope is just that gets weighed accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. White, thank you. Councilmember Reese, do you have a further question for Mr. White?
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand why y'all started to build this house out there without having access to water. I mean, did you start building and just figure you'd find water somewhere? I guess I just don't like. I'm not upset with the Gambles. I'm more upset with whoever convinced them they could build a house there and find water without us bailing y'all out?
Well, it's not a matter of finding water. It's not exact science. You know, even though any well drill will tell you that, you know, you could hit water here or move 3 feet and not hit water there. All of the surrounding properties have managed to hit water. You know, it's not been great in that, you know, that type of soils, but nonetheless, they've been successful. And, you know, it is the fact that one of the problems we had was we did all this during COVID. So it literally took us 5 months to get the permit process, get the well companies out there. So we were well underway before we even got the first attempt. And that was not because of anyone dropping the ball or, you know, counting on someone else. That we did everything we could to make this happen, but it literally took that long to go through because, I mean, Durham just had the problem with being the website hacked, you know, with not being able to go down and pull permits like we usually do. So there was a lengthy process just to get to that point.
That helps me understand it a little bit more. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any more questions, but I'll have some comments.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other questions or comments at this point? Colleagues, any questions for the applicant or for staff? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. White, is it?
Yes.
Would, if the council were to extend the connection of water without the annexation, would your clients consider that an undue burden?
I think that would be acceptable to them. It wouldn't be preferred, obviously, because we have gone through, you know, a lot of effort to be annexed. But, you know, I will say I'm very thankful that, you know, Public Works is and the city is willing to step up and allow that water extension agreement, you know, because we already did install the septic system as well. So other than, you know, paying extra fees for the water rates, obviously paying the, you know, the tap-on fees, you know, they've already had exceeded 11 grand in just costs at this point. So, you know, they are burdened to a certain degree, but they would have been anyway.
Thank you, Mr. I'll yield back now. I might have questions later on, but I'll reserve now and yield back. Thank you, Mr. White.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably a staff question. If we were to deny the utility extension as well as the annexation, what would happen? The house can't be built. It can't get a certificate of occupancy. Like, is there any other solution for these landowners, or is this it?
So my understanding is that they will not be able to get a certificate of occupancy, occupy the house. There's really no other mechanism for them to obtain water service. The current soil situation doesn't support any other way, any other well service. So really this is their kind of their last resort if the council chose not to approve either option.
Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Just acknowledging, I want to note the location of this area, and I just wanted to hear from staff if they felt like there would be an additional gentrification pressure, because I'm recognizing this is around Bragtown, if this were annexed.
That is a really great question that we don't necessarily have the tools to analyze at this point, but I know it's been in discussions about ways to approach gentrification. How do we analyze that? How do we mitigate some of those potential pressures? That was looked at, but we didn't have much of a way to analyze that for this particular site. Some of the dialogue that did come up was, if this is not annexed at this time, and development does increase around this site, does it create a donut hole in the future? So that is a potential thing that come up in the future. But at the same time, we can't predict that either. So I think that's a great question, at least to some of the work that we continue to try to figure out how to approach. But at this time, I don't have a good answer on what that potential gentrification or displacement could be.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. Thank you, council member. Any further questions, colleagues? All right, if not, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed, and I am happy to hear any discussion we might have on this, and then I'll accept a motion. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to appreciate our staff for helping me understand a little bit better a very unusual situation. And I appreciate Mr. White helping me understand the impact of COVID on efforts to kind of have the construction arm of this project and the water arm of this project kind of hit the same timeline at completion, and how COVID made that hard. And also, I think going into this, I didn't really understand the uncertainty about finding water, I guess intellectually, without any experience at all in the water finding business or house building business. It seems like you would want to know if a property could get water before building a house there. Just common sense. But obviously, Mr. White, you know your business better than I do, and we have ended up here. I don't see any reason to annex this property into the city. It's a very nice house, by the way. I drove out there, as I'm wont to do. A very, very nice house. And I think if we can get water out to it, the folks will be very happy there. If we can't, they'll be really unhappy. And they're gonna pay quite a bit for the increased water fees, as I understand it. They get, maybe staff can help us understand what that rate is, or it's probably in the memo and I missed it, but it doesn't seem to me to be any reason not to extend water to this house. There are lots of reasons not to annex it. The net negative revenue impact is one. The fact that I already don't like satellite annexations, and this just makes one bigger. Probably some others I can't think of. So when the time comes, I'll be happy to make a motion for the utility extension alone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments, colleagues? Council member Middleton, and then Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to associate myself with Councilmember Reese's comments. I find the staff's counsel compelling. As a fiduciary of the city, I think we've got to make decisions that are. It's one house. It's one family. I am familiar with the Gambles family's impact in Durham. Just want to put that out there. But that aside, I've said time and time again, when it comes to food and water, I tend to want to extend it rather than withhold it as much as possible. So I'm inclined also to not support the annexation for, I think, the compelling reasons that the staff has laid out, but I certainly would be in support of extending the utility extension of water to the home. So I intend to support that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Mayor Pro Tem, and then council member Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also feel that a utility extension agreement rather than an annexation makes sense in this circumstance. I'm wondering if the applicant would be willing to offer a donation to the city's affordable housing fund. Just as there's a potential concern about growing home prices in the area, and given that this is a voluntary action on the part of the city that they need to continue with their home, I thought it might be reasonable for them to make a donation to the Affordable Housing Fund. Wondering if they feel comfortable doing that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. We'll ask Mr. White as their representative. Mr. White, are you with us?
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Gamble.
This is Ms. Gamble and Mr. Harris. I guess we understand what you're saying. We want to say thank you for just hearing our case. We've been listening, and yes, we would be willing to make a donation. I'm not sure what kind of donation, and I guess we don't understand. But I am, like we said, a long resident here. I've been here all my life. A matter of fact, my father was for 33 years working for the city of Durham. Of course, my brother's been an attorney downtown for more than 33 years. He was there for a very long time. My husband has been at Duke Hospital for over 33 years. It's very hard. We did not expect to build a home and not be able to have water. It has been a very costly, it's been very costly in every way. I had no insight on what to do to build a home or how to build a home, so our contractor was responsible for everything. We just want to say thank you for any help that you would be able to give us. And of course, we would be willing to donate money or, like I said, we just don't know what you're saying as far as donation. But any way we could help, we would be willing to help. And again, we want to say thank you to all of you for just listening to us and to considering even helping us in any way that you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And our planning staff can help get you the information on how to make the donation, and we appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I believe Councilmember Freeman is up next.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just make sure I knew exactly what the plan was around sewer, acknowledging that the water is one side, but the other side of this conversation, if there's just a utility extension for water and there's no annexation, I just want to make sure that the sewer line is also included in that.
That's a great question, Council Member Freeman. Thank you for bringing it up. The sewer is already permitted through the county, so that's the reason that's not part of the utility extension agreement. I believe that it is already up and running and working.
And if there's sewer already in the area, and I'll just share my concern, is that this whole section of the city or the county at this point, with the number of subdivisions that are there, will eventually become city. And then this donut hole of this one house will be sitting there. And what would be the impetus to bring it back forward to annexation or to create the annexation, I guess?
Can you reframe that question for me, please?
So if we don't include it in the annexation today, what would bring it back before us?
It would have to be, so annexations are voluntary petitions, so it'd have to be a voluntary petition in the future by whatever landowner that is, unless, of course, there's some sort of legislative cleanup of donut holes, like has been done rarely in the past.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify, it was, I said sewer, I meant septic. It's on septic.
Okay.
All right, other questions or comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, for the inquiries about the Affordable Housing Fund. I do want to telegraph that moving forward, that at least for me, I make a qualitative difference between developers and private residents seeking to build a home. I'm in no position to speak to the wealth or lack thereof of this particular family, but I do draw a qualitative distinction between developers putting multiple townhomes or single family residences for the purposes of making money, as opposed to residents. And this, I'm thankful for the question. I'm thankful for the family's willingness to do that, but I just want to telegraph that moving forward, that for me, there's a distinction, I think, to be made. And, I'll govern myself accordingly. I can recall us doing individual things, be it street closings. And I think there was a case a couple of years ago where, I don't know, the person may have been building affordable housing. It may be different, but I just make a distinction between private residents petitioning us and big developers. building large developments. So just want to put that on the record moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, colleagues, I'll accept a motion. I would, from Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move alternative motion number 1 to authorize the city manager to enter into utility extension agreement with Bertha Gamble pursuant to Durham Code S 70-1229 paren 9 as included in the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Thank you. All right, any further discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion passes unanimously. We wish you the best of luck, Ms. Gamble, Mr. White. Thank you all for being here with us, and you will have water, which is great, and we hope that you enjoy your new home. All right, colleagues, we'll move to item 42, Consolidated Annexation, Lumley Road Industrial.
Hey, good evening again, Mayor Schul, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, honorable council members. Alexander Cahill here with the Planning Department again. Get to spend the night with you. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial city zoning has been received from H&S Venture Group for 2 parcels of land totaling around 7.5 acres located at 5605 and 5513 Lumley Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the existing satellite corporate limits. The proposed 7.5 acre assembled lots have 2 existing single-family homes on the site. Both of these single-family dwelling units will be removed to allow for the construction of an industrial facility. The applicant has proposed a future 75,000 square foot industrial manufacturing facility with supporting surface parking and loading docks should the annexation be approved tonight. There is a concurrent level 4 site plan being administratively reviewed in the Planning Department. This annexation does not have a concurrent zoning map change request tied to it. Instead, this is a request for a direct translation in which the existing zoning in the county translate to the same zoning in the city upon the effective date of the annexation. This site is presently zoned industrial light, and this zoning would stay industrial light in the city zoning as well. Staff is recommending that the City Council approve the utility extension agreement this evening, the voluntary annexation petition for the proposed consolidated annexation. Staff is recommending this approval based on some key findings, including the minimal impacts to city services, the revenue positive result of the cost benefit analysis, the contiguous and geographic nature of the annexation itself, and the quality industrial development this annexation will bring to the city. As we hear time and time again, we need more industrial sites. As a reminder, 2 motions are required for this application tonight. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into your utility extension agreement. And the second is to approve the translational zoning ordinance. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Staff and the applicant team are available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cahill. Colleagues, you have heard the report from staff. I now declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask if there are any comments or questions for members of our staff. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cahill, thank you for the presentation of this item. Is the department aware of whether or not those 2 homes are currently occupied?
I am not familiar with that. I'm hoping the applicant can answer that.
I'm sure they will. Thank you, Mr. Cahill. That's all I had for staff, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other questions for staff before we hear from members of the public? All right, thank you. We have signed up to speak on this item. David Bergmark, Wyatt Bone, and Justin Parker. All of these members of the public are listed as proponent of this item. And so I'm going to ask, first of all, Madam Clerk, if you could make Mr. Bergmark available to be heard. Mr. Bergmark, can you be heard?
This is Gray. This is Gray Harrell with McAdams, the civil engineer on the project. Mr. Bergmark had a conflict with another meeting, so I'm filling in for him.
Okay. Are all the other members here, the three people I listed, are you all members of the development team, Mr. Harrell?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Are you planning to make a presentation tonight?
We did not have a presentation prepared, but we'll be glad to field any questions.
All right. Thank you. So you've had your first question, and I'll ask Mr. Reese if he'll restate that question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to know if there's anybody living in those houses right now.
I do not believe so. I think Mr. Wyatt Boone is he's actually the development side. I believe he might be able to answer that, but to my knowledge, there's not anybody currently living there.
Mr. Boone?
Hi there, this is Wyatt Boone with Al Nair. One of the homes is uninhabited. It's somewhat defunct, been run down for quite some time. The other one is inhabited presently, but the inhabitant knows that this will be coming to an end here as we close on this project.
Is that person a tenant?
Yes, it is a tenant.
And what's going to happen to them if we agree to this annexation?
I can't say for sure what would happen to them. I imagine they will probably find another place where they'll be living. I've not discussed this with them personally.
Okay.
Mr. Reese, if I may jump in, this is Justin Parker, also with the development team. My colleague, Mr. Bone, is correct that one of the houses is not occupied. Actually, both houses are not occupied. There was a tenant in one of the homes, but he has moved out already.
Okay.
And that was information we got from the landowner as of last week.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Colleagues, other questions for members of the development team? This is a public hearing item, and I'll ask if there's anyone else present who would like to be heard on this item. Is anyone else present who would like to be heard on item 42? I'm looking down the list here. I don't see anyone. All right. I'm now going to declare this public hearing closed, and the matter is now back before the council. We would need to adopt two motions. The first would be the motion to adopt an ordinance annexing Lumley Road into the city of Durham.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Made by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Mr. Reese, did you have any comments you want to make?
I did, just briefly, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I want to thank staff again for presenting the item and for the applicant for being present to answer my pointed and annoying questions. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad for y'all that no one's living there right now, because that would have been real hard for me, especially the way the second guy answered the question. But now I understand that the tenant has moved already, which is great news, because we're not going to be evicting someone by our vote tonight. That would have sucked. That's the legal term for it, by the way. What I wanted to say about the use, well, two things. First of all, I absolutely hate taking a vote that will remove housing from our housing stock. The last time we did this was for NC Central University. There were a number of houses there that, because of action we took, those houses are now demolished or in the process of being demolished to build something very nice and good for the university that will help our community, but they took houses out of our housing stock. The same is true here, but two things make it a little bit easier. One, yes, one of those houses was definitely broke down and not habitable. And two, this land is not currently in the city. And so my concerns are somewhat allayed by those two factors. The other thing I'll say is that a lot of the nearby property is industrial already. And so that makes me feel a little bit better about this particular annexation, and so that's why I'm supporting it tonight. I appreciate your patience as I got all that out, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Other colleagues? All right, Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councilmember Reese's comments fit quite well, and it just kind of makes me want to ask, or just note that I'm hoping that the tenant was actually moved with support. And so I'm going to hope that they're still in Durham and that they weren't moved because of this project without support. So thank you. That was all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? All right, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor to adopt an ordinance annexing Lumley Road into the city of Durham effective June 30th, 2021. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We'll now need a second motion to adopt an ordinance amending the UDO.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freelon. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you for being here with us, and we look forward to the development of this property in a way that will make us all proud. Thank you. Colleagues, the next item, item 43, Consolidated Annexation 1051 Olive Branch Road. And then there are four more. There are three more. So we have four more public hearing items, but the next one, let's just say I anticipate will take some discussion. Therefore, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and break now for our closed caption folks to get a little rest. We will be back in 5 minutes. It's now 8:51. We will be back to begin our business on this item at 8:56. Please make sure that you've muted your microphone. Thank you. All right, colleagues, it is now 8:56, and we're going to move on to our next item. This item is item 43, Consolidated Annexation 1051 Olive Branch Road. And we will first hear the report from staff. And this time I do see Mr. Culture. Welcome, Mr. Culture.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Schul, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and Honorable City Council members. Danny Culture here, representing the Planning Department for this item. This is a request for a voluntary annexation, utility extension agreement, and future land use map change and zoning map change, which was received from Tim Sivers of Horvath Associates for 79.478 acres located at 1051 Olive Branch Road. The site is presently zoned residential rural RR and Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection Overlay District, or FJB, and is located within the suburban development tier. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property to planned development residential 3.700, or PDR 3.700, for up to 284 single-family and townhouse residential dwelling units. The property is currently designated very low density residential and recreation and open space on the future land use map. Proposed PDR 3.700 zoning is inconsistent with the designated future land use. But if the proposed zoning is approved, the flow would be redesignated to low density residential to ensure consistency with the zoning. This change does not require a separate motion, would take effect concurrently with the zoning map change ordinance. All of reference approvals would become effective as of June 30th, 2021. The Planning Commission, by a vote of 1 to 11 at their April 13th, 2021 meeting, recommended denial of this request. There are 3 motions required for the application. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing 1051 Olive Branch into the City of Durham and enter into a utility extension agreement with Pulte Home Company, LLC. The second is to adopt an ordinance for the rezoning and amend the future land use map. And the third is to adopt a consistency statement. Thank you very much. Staff and the applicant team would be available for any questions.
Mr. Culture, thank you very much. Colleagues, you've now heard the report from staff, and I'm going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask, are there any questions for staff by members of the council? All right. I'll now move to members of the public. We have 5 people who have signed up to speak on this item. And all of these members of the public are, sorry, let's see, 6 members of the public. 5 of them are proponents, 1 of them is an opponent, and I'd like to hear, I believe that Ms. Matthews is here. Madam Clerk, could you make LaDeirdre Matthews available to be heard?
Good evening, Mayor Schul. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Ms. Matthews, I have listed here Jamie Schwadler, yourself, Tim Sivers, Jamie Davis, and Rob Rudloff as all proponents. Are they all, and Balhong Wan also as members of, are these all members of your development team?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Are you planning to make a presentation? Are each of these folks wanting to speak? How are you planning to do this on?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be making a presentation, and I ask that it be pulled up at this time. Everyone else on our team will just be available for questions at the end of the presentation.
All right, then. We'll begin with the proponents. Thank you very much. We're glad you're here, Ms. Matthews.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Mayor Schul, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, and members of City Council. I am LaDeirdre Matthews with Parker Poe, office address 620 South Tryon Street in Charlotte, North Carolina, along with my colleague Jamie Schwadler in our Raleigh office at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Tim Sivers, Jamie Davis, and from Pulte Homes, and Bao Wang, our traffic engineer, are here to answer questions. You'll notice that this presentation is similar to the one that was before you last October for 1101 Olive Branch, and that's by design. While there are two separate requests, the development team intends to coordinate the developments in a way that will be efficient and minimize impacts to the area, which I think will become apparent to you throughout the presentation. I will reserve a few minutes at the end of the presentation for Tim Sivers to discuss the correlation between the previously approved development and the one before you today. Next slide, please. The request is half the size of 1101 Olive Branch Road at about 80 acres. It actually contributes to the housing stock at a density consistent with surrounding development and in a manner appropriate for land use and infrastructure in the Searles Basin. The map is of the East Durham area and Searles Basin area. The site is shown in green on the screen and is surrounded by approved or under review site plans in purple, approved rezonings in a pinkish orange color, and is close to several other proposed zonings shown in yellow. And again, 1101 Olive Branch is adjacent and to the right of the subject parcel. The infrastructure lines on this screen note areas of utility extension planned to be funded by the city in red, and then other utility extensions in orange anticipated to be funded by developers in connection with the development. Those extensions are needed to pay for the Searles investment. Next slide, please. The request involves a slight change to the future land use map from very low density residential to low density residential, with existing recreation and open space designation to remain. This change is consistent with designations to our west and east and provides for contiguous patterns of development. And again, you can see the recreation and open space, which is located to the upper northeast corner of the parcel shown in green on both pictures. Next slide, please. The zoning change from rural residential shown in yellow to planned density residential 3.7 shown on your screen in blue is also consistent with developments approved to our east and west. Annexation of this parcel would complete the development pattern in regards to surrounding approved developments, which have already been annexed into the city. Next slide, please. Our rezoning includes a development plan which lays out the existing stream buffers to be preserved, shown in gray, opportunities for tree save shown in asterisks, points of site access with arrows, and the proposed building and parking envelopes shown in yellow. As you can see on the screen, the building and parking envelope only take up 59% of the project, leaving the rest in open space. Next slide, please. Key commitments with this request were published in the staff report and include a minimum of 15% of each two product types, single family detached and townhomes, 22% preserved tree coverage area, 25% open space area with at least 50% of this located adjacent to stream buffers, minimum 5 feet additional asphalt for bike lane along site frontage on east side of Olive Branch Road, a $28,400 contribution to the City of Durham Dedicated Housing Fund, and a $5,000 contribution to Durham Public Schools. Next slide, please. Also made significant design commitments summarized here, which include higher quality building materials, distinctive architectural features, amenity programming, home variation, block length, and appearance of front facades and garage doors. Next slide, please. The development plan is consistent with the East Durham open space plan shown on the left, with our site in blue towards the bottom half of the screen. The map on the right shows the recreational and open space designation to the northwest corner of the parcel again. The open space plan calls for preservation of wildlife habitat by using clustered development, open space requirements, and voluntary agreements. We are meeting this policy by clustering development, exceeding the minimum UDO requirements on both preserved tree coverage and open space, and after discussion with staff, of the 25% open space commitment, we are again committing that 50% of that open space will be adjacent to stream buffers to support wildlife opportunities. Next slide, please. This slide shows the traffic commitments we're making at our site access points on Olive Branch Road, which consist of additional turn lanes to maintain traffic flow. We are also making improvements off-site to our north. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the location of those improvements on our frontage, with details to the left of the screen showing existing lanes in white and then new turn lanes shown in dark arrows. These additional lanes will allow for turning movements and through traffic, increase flow on the roads, and allow for safe staging areas. Next slide, please. This shows our offsite improvements. An additional turn lane on Olive Branch Road and 98, widening Highway 98 itself, and installing a new traffic signal at the intersection of Highway 98 and Kemp Roads. These improvements are not funded by the city or NCDOT on any timetable, so this development provides a means for completing these in the near term to ease existing traffic congestion. Next slide, please. As noted on the first slide, this site is in the heart of the Searles Basin, and development at this density is consistent with the intent of the comp plan and utility plans. Department of Water Management has shared that utility extensions and the fees charged to offset its costs were based on the basin developing in a low to moderate density, which is consistent with this request. It is actually better for the environment in the long term to have public utilities that this development would provide instead of septic, which is all that is currently available and would be available if the site was developed by right. As Director Young shared in her presentation on the Searles Basin, septic is more likely to fail over time and it cannot support non-residential uses. Next slide, please. We've shown how the request would bring this development in line with land use patterns to the surrounding area, can accommodate the increase in density, and will not create substantial adverse impacts because the traffic impacts are offset. Thus, the project is consistent with the comp plan. Low density designation is consistent with PDR in the suburban tier and provides a mix of single family and townhome housing. These two types of houses will further policies on housing variety. Also, this will contribute to affordability in the city. Our price points for the townhomes are currently $230,000, and the single family detached have an average price point of $300,000. Next slide, please. This is also consistent with the expectation of expectation of growth in the suburban tier and with the intent of PDR described earlier, including design commitments and open space. Next slide, please. And this shows a little bit more about how we are consistent with the comp plan, but in the interest of time, I am going to wrap up my presentation, respectfully request approval of the development and turn it over to Tim for just a little bit to talk about the correlation between this project and 1101 Olive Branch. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, members of the council. Tim Sivers with Horvath Associates, 16 Consultant Place, Durham, North Carolina. As Ladija did mention earlier, this project is an expansion of the 1101 Olive Branch Road project that was recently approved. These projects were not able to be brought to you at the same time due to contractual agreements with the landowners. If this project is approved tonight, the two projects will move forward as one complete project, and our team is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sivers, and thank you, Ms. Matthews. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, colleagues, we have one other person signed up to speak, and that's an opponent, and that is Larissa Seibel. Madam Clerk, can you make Ms. Seibel available to be heard, please?
Hello, this is Larissa Seibel.
Welcome, Ms. Seibel. We welcome your comment.
As I read the comments from the Planning Commission that voted 11-1 against it, it was clear that this is not the development for this particular piece of land, both for the natural the trees, the waters, and it's just too intense. I think that it would be appropriate to follow the guidance of the planning department and consider that. There was some mention also with affordable housing not being included, which of course we don't require, but when they say that the townhomes, would be affordable at a median income, that's also a stretch with all of the HOA dues. I'm not sure that they would be affordable, but they certainly would not be affordable to the vast majority of people living in Durham. And so I just want to make sure that when we talk about housing, that we look at also the impact of the new much more expensive housing on the existing residents. You can see in the neighborhood compass that that area already has a higher rate of cost burden mortgage holders than the rest of Durham. So we need to think about the impact on the people who live here in Durham and in this area with the new, much more expensive housing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing item. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this item? Anyone else who would like to be heard on item 43? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Okay. All right. I'll now ask if there are comments or questions by members of the council. Anyone? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, all who are presenting tonight on this petition. I want to say something about some of the comments from the Planning Commission, and maybe later when it's fully back before the council, just make an observation on some of the trending I'm seeing in some of the recommendations from our Planning Commission, particularly relative to Southeast Durham. But bracketing that out for now, I want to ask the applicants, in Tim or Ms. Matthews, did you read the letter from the State Historic Preservation Office about the cemetery?
Thanks, Councilmember Middleton. Yes, we did. And since the hearing before Planning Commission, the development team has contacted the family members of those buried on the site. And I'll turn it over to Tim to let you know how that correspondence has gone.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that question. Again, this is Tim Sivers. We've reached out to all the family members. I believe that was 16 or 18 letters that we sent out. We've received responses from about 3 or 4 of them. All were which in favor of relocating the cemetery to a local, relocating the on-site cemetery and grave sites to a local cemetery.
You said you heard, how long ago did you send the letters out relative to the start of the process? How recent?
If you will give me 2 minutes, I will answer that question for you, sir. I'll find the date of the letter.
Sure. While you're looking for that, let me go on to my next query about some of the concerns about the design commitment being cookie cutter. My words, I'm not attributing that to any planning commissions. Could you talk a little bit about materials and design commitments, and what, if you can intelligently at this point in the process, talk to some of the design commitments of what the homes might look like?
Thank you, Councilmember Middleton. I will give Tim a slight break and kind of preface the answer while he's looking for that email. The design commitments, some of them I'll highlight for you. 30% of the townhome units will be limited to single car garage bays. The average block length shall not exceed 700 feet. We are committing to 15% of a minimum of 15% of townhomes in single family development to ensure that we'll have a good mix. Tim, if there's anything that you or Jamie would like to add, please do so.
Yeah, Jamie Davis with Pulte Group is on the line as well. He may be able to add to that. To answer the previous question, the letters were mailed out on May 19th.
May 19th, okay. And you said you got responses from 3?
Yes, all phone calls responding back to me and discussing the situation with them. I explained to them that the location of the cemetery was right in line with the future road, which is the 4th leg of the intersection across from Mungo Homes development, and that road location couldn't be moved because of it being the 4th leg of that intersection. All the family members understood. Some of them weren't even aware that they had family members here, but even those family members were acceptable to moving the grave sites.
Now, you said you had three to respond, right?
That is correct.
Of the 3, who were the some that weren't aware that? I mean, how many numbers are we talking about in a universe of 3?
Can you ask that question again, sir, so I can? Sure. I don't fully understand.
You got 3 responses. Are you saying of those 3, 1 or 2 were not even aware that they had people there?
One of the family members that responded was not aware of they had family members here. The other two family members that responded were aware, in different generations. But all three members that I spoke with were all in acceptance of moving.
Okay. So is it your intention, however, of moving all of the remains that are in that cemetery?
That is correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Is any remuneration are those families receiving any remuneration for the movement of those plots?
The details in that haven't been discussed with them, and Jamie may be able to follow up on that.
Yeah, this is Jamie Davis with Pulte Homes. We are going to take care as the developer of moving those grave sites. But as far as other details within that, those are still things that are being discussed.
Okay. Well, I'll be curious to see what the specific text commitments are, or commitments around those are. I've got some more questions, but I'll yield for now, Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues who may have some questions, and I'll get into some, perhaps, if they cover it, I won't need to, but some nuts and bolts later on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, council member. Other colleagues, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Middleton. I didn't realize that they were moving the grave sites. It's a little disturbing. Not only are we moving residents out of the community, moving deceased residents out of the community as well. So I just wanted to know, are all of these homes at 1101 and this site at 1051 Pulte is the developer or the site builder for these homes?
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. That's correct.
And so just noting that based on a previous, hold on, I'm trying to just kind of get a feeling. This is probably more a question for staff. The site maps that you're sharing don't show like currently approved cases of the council against this current case. And so I'm having a hard time seeing just how much of an impact all of these cases are having in this kind of Searles area around that falls area. And so I'm having a little bit of trouble seeing how it's a positive, because I know you're looking at cost, but I'm trying to see, I don't know how we would view it in a way, or make sure that we were viewing it in a way that showed the impact of all of the townhouses all going in that area at once.
Councilmember Freeman, are you asking that, is that directed to the applicant team or staff? My apologies. Okay.
Councilmember Freeman, this is Danny Coulter. We do supply a annexation overview map within the packet, and that kind of gives an overview of the whole area for all the areas, all the different properties in the immediate area that have been annexed within the city of Durham.
Can you tell us
I must have missed that.
what attachment number that is, Mr. Coulter?
Let me see if I can find that attachment in the agenda packet. That is attachment 1, as I'm being told.
The site right next to it, dude. Maybe I'm.
Councilwoman Freeman, this is Tim Sivers speaking. The staff report doesn't actually have those highlighted maps. There was a highlighted map in Ladidra's presentation. I believe it was the second or third slide. If Danny, if you would like to bring that back up, that may be a better example to show Councilman Freeman the answer.
Also, attachment 2 shows some of that, Councilman Freeman.
Let me see. Yeah, I'll have to open that back up, Tim. I closed that one, but I will open that.
It only shows the one area, Councilmember Reese.
Well, but it's, you can see it's
colleagues, thank you. Let's let Mr. Coulter pull this up, and we'll go from there.
Give me 1 second, and I'll I'll open that PowerPoint back up.
And Mr. Coulter, it is slide 2. And while you're pulling that up to kind of address Councilmember Freeman's question, what you'll see on the screen when we do get it pulled up is that there has been approved or under review site plan shown in purple all around this site. And essentially we are filling in a donut hole there.
And just to harken back to the comment that was shared by the opponent, it is striking how much of the natural resources have been essentially destroyed, and the intensity level that's there with townhouses that are not affordable. I'm concerned. I appreciate that addition because I didn't realize Neighborhood Compass showed the cost burden for the existing homeowners as a map as well. But all of those areas, so around all of those purple areas, there are property owners who will all be cost burdened, and we are not factoring that into this conversation. And I'm concerned around that. So thank you. I appreciate you sharing this slide. And this is specific to all of the cases in the city or just the ones that you guys have worked on? And this section, I'm not specifically.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman, these are all of the rezonings in the area, not just by this applicant team. And if I may, in regards to the preservation of environmental or the mitigation of environmental impacts, we do have the stream that runs through this parcel and have several commitments to make sure that we preserve that. And if Tim, you want to speak a little bit to that, please feel free.
And that third street or the stream crossing is still in place. So there will be a stream crossing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Councilwoman Freeman, that is correct. There's a proposed vehicle as well as utility stream crossings for this project. And then, but there are the stream crossing or stream preservation area does kind of bisect the development in general. In addition to the text commitment about the open space being provided along the stream buffer to provide extra resources in that area.
Mr. Coulter, could you please take the slides down?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter, and thank you, Mr. Cybers. And Miss, I didn't catch your last name.
Ms.
Matthews.
Matthews.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Other questions, colleagues? Councilmember Freelon and then Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to build on some of the questions that Councilmember Middleton asked about the cemetery. And I read this in Commissioner Miller's comments as well. So you answered some of the questions he posed in his comments by informing us today that you'd be moving the cemetery. That was the first I'd heard of that. And I'm curious, in your conversations with the families, when you talked about the roads, you said the cemetery needed to be moved because of a road of some kind. And my question is, is that road contingent upon what you're proposing and what we're voting on here today? In other words, if we vote not to change the zoning, would that road be a part of this community or not?
Thank you for the question, Councilman Friedland. So the road in reference to the development plan is site access point number 1. It is aligned with the existing and currently approved access point to Mungo Homes development, which is on the opposite side of Olive Branch Road. The proposed road is the 4th leg to that intersection. So right now with Mungo, it's a T intersection, if you will. We'll be adding that extension of that T into this development. This road location is also located and part of the 1101 Olive Branch Road. So the two projects there work together. That road is part of that site plan and that proposed development as well. When we did talk with the family members, we explained that to them. and that the road location, because it is the fourth leg of that intersection, and that it did have to stay there and it could not be relocated because it is tying into what is already currently proposed via site plan by another development.
So I guess I'm not sure if I heard the answer to my question, which was, if we decide to keep the zoning the way it is, would that road need to be built?
Sorry. So that is what I meant by it. That road is also part of the 1101 Olive Branch Road, which is previously approved and going through site plan reviews now. So yes, it's already, it will, that road is part of a separate project that has been approved by this council.
Got it. And so whether we approve this zoning change or not, that cemetery will need to be moved. What would happen if they said they were uncomfortable? How would that be managed? Maybe that's a question for staff.
So, Mr. Coulter, can you help Councilmember Freeland?
Yeah, actually, Mayor Schul and Councilmember Freeland, I think we would probably need to defer that to transportation representatives concerning the alignment of that street.
Well, Mr. Coulter, you're lucky because the cavalry is here. I see Ms. Young and Mr. Judge.
So I'll defer to Mr. Judge.
Yeah, I'll start, and not sure if Director Young wants to chime in or has a slightly different interpretation, as ultimately it does become the planning director's call. But so Bill Judge, Assistant Transportation Director, the traffic impact analysis that the applicant prepared for this site did assume a road connection opposite that Mungo Homes property, as they indicated. Apologize. I have a furry friend, coworker that's trying to help. I
thought you were under attack for a minute.
Yeah. So the traffic impact analysis does show the road aligning with that existing or the proposed access point for Mungo Homes, as Mr. Coulter indicated. So if they were to make a change, they would need to revise the TIA to show the impact of that not being connected or aligning with that fourth driveway. I don't know that during the scoping that was ever really contemplated or considered, so we would need to look at that impact or that potential change. So at this point, it would be a fairly significant change to the project and cause a delay.
Councilmember Freeland, was that helpful?
Yeah, it was, I guess, yes, it was helpful. It sounds like this cemetery is going to be moved. Ms. Young, I see your hand up. Maybe you could help.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Sarah Young with the Planning Department. And I just wanted to share, and hopefully I think this might be getting at your question, correct me if it doesn't, but regardless of whether it's this development or a different future development, the ordinance requires that new streets be aligned with existing streets, at which point the street across the street, if you follow me, will be there, and any new development will be required to align to it. So whether it's this project or another, the same end result will occur. Does that get at what you were trying to ascertain? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so in other words, this cemetery will need to be moved. Okay, and this development proposal doesn't alter that reality if there's going to be any development here at all. Okay, yeah, that answers my question. Thank you for helping me understand that.
Well, that was helpful to me. Thank you for those questions. Ms. Young, can I ask also, what are developers' responsibilities when it comes to a graveyard and relocation, or do we have rules around that?
So that is a great question. I will tell you that the cemeteries is something that is highly regulated at the state level, and therefore is not something that we at the local planning department have regulations on. We defer to the state, and I have to be honest and say that I don't know the ins and outs of all those regulations. That's something we can certainly do a little more homework on, since it's seems to be coming up repeatedly, just to educate ourselves. We will do that, but I have to be honest and say that I don't know the ins and outs of that.
Thank you. Honesty is the best policy. Other questions, colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Ms. Young to come back real quick for the inevitable conversation about the Searles Basin. So I was wondering if you could remind us of the timeline for the planning that is happening right now around the area, and also just give us your opinion about whether any of the land in the site that's under consideration right now could reasonably be used for something other than residential development if we were to not approve this request.
Okay, so we'll start with the easy one, which is where we are with the Southeast Durham Focus Area project. We are in the process over this month and next month. We're going to be drafting all the recommendations and sharing them back out with the community, with the intent to be before to start the public hearing process in September. So somewhere September, October, depending how long the Planning Commission takes with the item, it will be getting to you all. So that's the timeline anticipated for that project. In terms of other development potential, non-residential, particularly for this site, I personally don't think that this is a good site for anything other than residential. If you've been out to this area, it's what I would consider kind of deep into the heart of residential. It's actually closer than many of our other development proposals to older existing residential, like the Shaw Hills neighborhood, if you're familiar with that neighborhood, built out mostly in the 70s, I think. And there's a fair amount, I'm looking at the plan right now, there's a fair amount of grade change and some natural features that really don't make this a good site for something that requires bigger building pads like commercial, even if it were small scale commercial. So that's my professional opinion in terms of the development potential of this site. I hope that answers your question.
Very helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I have a few questions. Is the judgment, still the judgment of the staff that this is not compatible with East Durham Open Space Plan?
I'm going to let Danny come and talk a bit about the details of that. If Mr. Coulter will rejoin us. There he is.
Sure. There is some compatibility and there's some possible incompatibility. We went back and forth with the applicant on this. This site does overlap a lot and has a lot of heritage area on this. The state did a report on this, but it did not find any heritage species. Well, they identified that it could have. The applicant did have their engineers do an actual survey report on this and did not find any heritage species on this. However, the East Durham Open Space Plan does recognize that there is a lot of wildlife corridor in this area. However, this area does not overlap the Martin Branch Creek, which is adjacent to the east of this site, but the wildlife corridor does overlap the majority of this site. The Eastern Open Space Plan talks about how to mitigate impacts into the wildlife corridor. So, and one of those is to perform clustering development to mitigate impacts into the stream buffers. the applicant, we went back and forth with the applicant, and they proposed ways to try to do that. So this final rendition that they have proposed based on their slides is trying to mitigate that by moving a lot of their development away from the what stream buffer is on this site. So it does a much more proficient job than what we initially got from them in doing so. And they're, providing much more open space and putting a lot of their open space along these stream corridors. So I would say it does a much better job at meeting the East Durham open space because the way the East Durham open space defines it is to try to perform clustering development to achieve that, minimize the impacts. So if I were to say it meets it fully, I don't know if I can answer that, but does it do what the intent of the open space plan says? Yes, they're trying to do that.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to distinguish between trying to do it and actually doing it.
The language in that policy is, it's not an absolute policy language. Would you speak to the same thing, Ms. Young?
Yeah, I was going to chime in and say that, the policy language in the plan is phrased as recommendations, right? And there is this is one of the projects that we've been working on in-house behind the scenes, is how to take some of the natural heritage recommendations from our open space plans and actually codify them into some concrete standards that developers, know what it is that's expected of them. So that's a text amendment process we're working on behind the scenes right now, actually. But this is one where we met with the applicants and shared our concerns and talked through what we would like to see in terms of what we felt would satisfy the recommendations in the open space plan, and they have come back and done that. I will also say, and since we're really touting honesty tonight, that as we look at this area more carefully, and we try and apply these plans and look at them probably in more detail than we ever have, except maybe when they were written, we are learning new things about, what does it mean to actually put this into practice? So this is probably the plan that has done the most in terms of trying to be concrete in responding to that to date.
Thank you. I'll just say that it's unusual for me to read the words "not compatible with East Durham Open Space Plan" or any words like that in one of our memos. It troubles me. And then the fact that the discussion of the encroachment on the 300-foot buffer, and the staff's expressed concerns about mass grading and tree coverage. Another developer added, went from, I think, 21% to 22% tree coverage. The staff, my reading of the staff's response to that was disappointment. So can one of you all just speak to that, please?
Certainly. I'll say that, again, and maybe this is actually something that the applicant should address. We did share our concerns about the almost negligible increase in open space that was committed. And the applicant shared with us that, again, I don't want to put words in their mouth. It may be better for Tim to come on and talk about the rationale they shared with us about how they were, the challenges that increasing it significantly would have posed to them. But on the clustering, we did, that I think was probably the biggest concern that we had. And I do believe that they have addressed that with what they've shown tonight.
Agreed. I thought that made a lot of sense.
Yes.
The concerns about mass grading that was expressed. There's a lot of mass grading in a lot of developments that we see. Why in this particular memo did I see that concern expressed? What's different about this development than other developments? I've been to this property. I've been all over the land out there. What is it that in your mind why was mass grading a concern here when it's something we don't usually read about in our memos?
I will say that I think it's something you're going to start seeing repeatedly in a lot more memos. Again, as we have refined our thinking and really tried to be more critical and better stewards of not just our adopted plans, but of our environment and natural resources, I think you're going to see more concerns raised by staff, particularly in regards to mass grading. I have not been shy in saying that those regulations and tree preservation are on my kind of top to-do list to address in the ordinance. So until that is rectified, you probably will see us being more critical and conservative on that front.
And you mentioned specifically, you related in the memo, Mr. Cultra, and either one of you all can respond to this, the tree save to the mass grading. They are, of course, intimately related. I don't have the memo open, but you talked about the fact that it would have been better to have trees around the property, more tree saving and around the property. Any comment on that?
Let me go back to that memo. So that would help.
I'll try to pull it up too.
So while Danny's looking for that, I'll just chime in and say that this is another area where, tree save right now gets pushed usually to the edges and to stream buffers where, you can't impact the stream buffers anyway. So that's, an easy place to put all your tree save. So we are really seeing some pretty stark effects of mass grading. I am not necessarily proposing that developers do individual lot by lot grading, because I understand market forces and we do want to keep things affordable, and that does raise the cost of things. But dispersing tree save throughout a site as opposed to pushing it to the edges and to the stream buffers, I think does a number of things. And so that's one of the things that, again, we talked with the applicant specifically about. And my understanding was that the applicant was kind of heard us loud and clear and was going to take that into consideration for future projects, but didn't think that they could redesign and commit to that with this particular project.
And Mayor Schill, I think to Ms. Young's regard, I think that's what we were actually looking at in that memo in regards to tree coverage and mass grading is, could there have been more outside of the stream buffers, more to protect in the line of those corridors of the stream buffers rather than pushing it to the fringes, even where those open space areas are defined.
Thank you. I have a number of comments I'm going to make once we are at that point, but I think those are all my questions. Okay, other comments, questions, rather, Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that conversation, that additional layer. I was almost at like just trying to figure out how to make it work, but it does sound like there could be a lot more done to make this more amenable to what the city's needs are around natural resources. And I just wanted to touch base on and just circle back to ask Ms. Young if she felt like the density level was appropriate for that area as well. I know you mentioned that the residential was good, but I just wanted to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, I had to quickly look over to the plan and remind myself of, I do think that the density is appropriate for the area. Certainly particularly the neighborhood immediately to the north is, large lot, subdivision, again, from many, many decades ago. But I do think that this strikes a balance of trying to increase the density, but still maintain some preservation of the environment. So I'm comfortable with the density number.
Thank you. And then
Councilmember, we can't hear you.
sorry, I was noting in the comments that you were making that it seems like the Bragtown tour may have been a good opportunity to see exactly what's been happening in the community, and noting that the cases have legs when they leave. And so just what the impact of mass grading across North Durham and similarly in Southwest and Southeast and different sections when it comes on this heavy, without the kind of, I guess, the kind of transportation supports and necessary, and then also kind of, I really wish we had an open space coordinator in place to kind of have this conversation, because they would be focused on this kind of a look at what we're talking about, in addition to the kind of transportation needs, because I don't know that moving the cemetery is the benefit. It just seems like we're rushing to kind of get to an answer on something that could be a more equitable solution. So I'm grateful that you're sharing your comments and being truthful and just laying it all out there. So I thank you for that, both you and Mr. Coulter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other questions, Councilmembers? Councilmember Caballero.
This may not be a wanted question, but we've had a couple of these where what I'm hearing is a lot of questions from my colleagues that I appreciate. I'm leaning towards no right now, just because I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions and concerns. I also, as always, butt that up with the tension of we don't have a lot of inventory, which is the consistent thing we've been facing. And so we have seen a number of these where we've continued them and the developer has come back with the things that we actually need from them. And so I'm just curious where colleagues are, or where the developer is and where staff is, because I know that affects y'all's work on that potential.
Could you restate that? I'm sorry, I missed.
I'm just wondering if you can continue this case, because I think that just from what I'm hearing, I don't know if it's going to pass, and I also know we need housing. So I'm wondering if we can continue it, the developer can really listen to the concerns from Planning Commission and us, and come back with something more that aligns better with what I'm hearing from my colleagues.
Well, let me just say, we certainly can continue it. That's within our purview. Let me take, I see that Mr. Sivers and Ms. Schwedler have their hands up. Mr. Sivers, would you like to comment on the things that we've been discussing?
Yes, there's a few comments I would like to make. Thank you for the opportunity, and then I'll pass it to Ms. Schwedler for a comment or two as well. About the 300-foot corridor buffer, the wildlife corridor, Danny did mention that. I do want to reiterate a point that he made. The 300-foot wildlife corridor follows the Martin Creek, which is not on this site. The creek that's on this site is a tributary to that Martin Branch Creek. So the 300-foot wildlife corridor that, Mayor, you mentioned you thought was impacted, that 300-foot wildlife corridor is not applicable to this project. That is on the adjacent project, so not on what's in front of you tonight. Also, I wanted to mention, just reiterate the text commitments and graphic commitments about our open space, that we will be providing the larger open space areas along those stream buffers to cluster the development away from those stream buffers to provide exactly to meet the intent of the Durham Eastern Open Space Plan, which is what Ms. Young pointed to earlier. And as for mass grading, this area, we spoke with Ms. Young, Planning Director, about 3 to 4 weeks ago, I think it was. So it was a relatively recent comment that took place after Planning Commission meeting. And the topography and rock in this area does provide concerns with mass grading, but also, as you know, this site is planned to be mass graded in different pods with the stream buffer bisecting down the middle with the stream, so it will be broken up in those different pods. And as Ms. Young also pointed out, that mass grading is, or individual lot grading, or smaller lots, if you will, is typically done on those larger lot subdivisions where your home costs are typically higher. They typically involve retaining walls or crawl space, and does not help the affordability. And also, those items typically hurt the density in projects in general. I'll finish with that and like to hand it over to Ms. Schwedler. I believe you said she had her hand raised as well.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Schwedler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jamie Schwedler with Parker Poe. I'd just like to add, I appreciate the full and robust discussion. I know that this is not the first case in this East Durham area, and certainly we had a full discussion last October with the adjacent site. And I would just note the comments that Councilmember Caballero made with respect to the availability of housing and what the future of this area could be. And just note that what Ms. Young brought up in the work session presentation, now Planning Director Young, many of those issues have not changed. The area still is destined for very difficult to develop other than residential. The existing environmental constraints on the site are such that the additional environmental protections or additional open space, or pulling areas further away, or things that might seem like good concessions will only tend to drive the density down, which, as we discussed in that work session, has a tendency to drive prices up. But the big thing that has changed since last October is that the pressure on the housing stock has only gotten worse. The longer we delay these decisions and the more we strive to find what seems like the perfect balance that lines up with everything we want for Durham, the fewer houses are getting built. And that means those houses that are getting built are going for higher prices because there's fewer of them. That impacts not only the existing stock and the people that live here in terms of resale, but of course the price of new housing. And so I fully, obviously we defer to you all on what you choose to do tonight, but would submit that the housing, somewhat of a crisis, is not going to get better by slowing the approval of or denying the approval of lots in areas like this, where the reality is there's just not much more to be done with them that will provide meaningful housing that is relatively affordable. And so we've tried to do everything we can here in respect to all of the comprehensive plan policies and put those measures forth. I'm happy to answer any specific questions. And of course, we hope we have your support tonight. If there's something specific that you think would make a meaningful difference, we're of course willing to hear that and to consider it. But I think with respect to the balance between density and affordability and trying to provide open space, we've hit it as close as we can here, and we'll remain open to considering other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schwedler. Colleagues, other questions for the applicant or the staff? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tim or Jamie, forgive me if I overlooked it in the supporting materials. Are you contemplating a contribution to our Affordable Housing Fund and the DPS?
Thank you, Councilmember Middleton. Sorry, this is Ladidra Matthews. I'm sorry to speak over you, Tim, but the contribution is $28,400, and that is based on a $100 contribution per proposed unit.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry I didn't call your name, Ms. Matthews. Forgive me. That's for the housing fund, correct?
Correct.
Have you considered anything for DPS?
Yes. In addition to the contribution to the dedicated housing fund, there will be a $5,000 contribution to DPS.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. And again, my apologies for overlooking your name. Forgive me.
No worries, and I apologize to Tim for cutting him off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Other questions, colleagues? Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions, but if this is a time for some remarks, that I would love to do that. Are we there? Is that where we are?
Thank you. Let me just make sure there are no more questions, and then we'll head in that direction. Okay. You know, I think I might have closed the hearing, but I've heard Councilmember Caballero's thought, and so I'm just going to keep the hearing open, and I'll now accept any comments from colleagues. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank our staff, both planning and transportation, for adding to the kind of the level of our discourse tonight. Having great staff is invaluable, and hearings like this are just another prime example. And so I want to thank the folks from planning and transportation who've helped us walk through some of these issues. If I'm not mistaken, this is also Ms. Matthews' first opportunity to lead a presentation for a hearing before the City Council. And I just want to say, Ms. Matthews, regardless of how this matter ends up in terms of the yays and nays, you have done a fantastic job tonight representing your client and making the case for this particular annexation. So I just wanted to tip my cap to you, because we see a lot of these presentations as members of the City Council, and I can't remember many better. So great job for you. I think it's not it's no great surprise to my colleagues or anyone who's been paying attention to these cases that I've become more skeptical about residential annexations in this part of Durham over time. Nothing epitomizes my growing skepticism more than the present case, because I voted in favor of the companion case not terribly long ago. So often we are urged by well-meaning people that we need to be consistent in our annexation and rezoning decisions, and I'm here saying that I don't think that's right. I think we have to be able to learn and grow and to change how we think about things, and that's certainly what I've done in this part of Durham. I want to thank the mayor and council members Middleton and Freeman for raising some really important concerns around the environmental sensitivities of this particular site, the presence of a graveyard that will have to be removed, the price pressures on nearby neighborhoods. I wanted to add one additional concern to the conversation. And Ms. Schredler, again, you also did a fantastic job, Mr. Cybers. You're always great at these things. Ms. Schredler put her finger directly on the need to increase the housing stock in the city of Durham, and pointed to price pressures that will only continue to grow until we get more capacity within Durham. I totally agree with that statement. My question is, as I understand it, and as I certainly have argued myself in other cases, the argument goes something like this: if we don't annex these 80 acres and build these, whatever the number of units are, out here in far-flung East Durham, the folks who want to move to Durham won't have other places to buy and live in, and so they'll buy houses in gentrifying neighborhoods in town. And so I think the theory is, if we don't build a house for them way out on Olive Branch Road, they're going to buy a house in Bragtown. And I just want to say, when you say it out loud like that, I hope you can hear how that doesn't really make a lot of sense. The people who want to live in a house like this, in a townhouse on Olive Branch Road in far East Durham, are not the same kind of folks. They're going to want to buy a house in Bragtown. These are completely different neighborhoods, completely different experiences of living in Durham. If we annex this property, it is Durham. It is the city of Durham, and they're just as much city residents as anybody else. But who are we building this housing for? I just, in my most recent trip out there, like the mayor, I've been all over these properties. I wasn't able to find the graveyard, but I did find a beautiful piece of land out there. I don't really think the logic holds necessarily. On a macro level, absolutely, Ms. Schwedler's correct. If we add additional housing stock to Durham, I think that does ameliorate, to a certain extent, the pressure on costs. But the larger gentrification concern, I'm not sure that housing way out here addresses that. I don't think the competition is people wanting to buy houses out there versus a house in Walltown. I think it's are people going to decide to buy a house in this newly annexed subdivision with hundreds of townhouses and single family homes, or are they going to buy a house in Cary or Apex or Morrisville? Morrisville Town Hall, by the way, almost exactly the same distance from this property as it is to Durham City Hall. All of which is to say, I wonder that some of the premise that we have operated under may not quite hold up if we look at who the market is for the houses that we're considering allowing this developer to build on this property. The last thing I will say is the owner of a piece of property has the right to put it to whatever use is currently allowed by law. And the Mayor Pro Tem's question about could this property ever be would it be a good candidate for non-residential use, seems to me to put the cart before the horse a little bit, because it can be used for a purpose now. We may not like that use, but that's what it can be used for. The only way it could be put to either the dense residential use that's before us today or some other mixed use is if we annex it. We get to decide that. That's our choice. Absent seeing additional benefits to Durham from annexing this property into the city to build all these houses on this land that has all the environmental sensitivities that the mayor was concerned about, that is in proximity to neighborhoods that are highly cost burdened with housing, as Councilmember Freeman points out, and the other issues that we have long talked about adding additional density out here where we don't control a lot of the transportation infrastructure. It just seems to me very, very challenging to say that is in the best interest of the city of Durham for me. We'll have 7 different opinions on that question. Okay, we'll probably only have 2 opinions on that question, but we all get at it a different way. Anyway, that's probably enough talking for me, but that's kind of how I'm thinking about it right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. I'll make a few comments. I am constantly struck by the complexity of these issues and appreciate all of my colleagues' comments and the comments of staff and the applicant. I was glad that Councilmember Reese called out Ms. Matthews. Good job on the presentation. I also felt exactly the same way, Ms. Matthews, and we know that you're stepping into this new role, and you did a great job. I usually vote for these on Olive Branch Road and in this area, and I disagree with my esteemed colleague, Councilmember Reese, about the impact of more supply on what it's going to do in our city, both on a macro level and in particular neighborhoods. I think that we really need supply, and I agree, and I disagree with one of my a person for whom my admiration is unbounded, Larissa Seibel, who made comments tonight. I fundamentally believe that we have to have more supply, and that more supply in this area is relatively, putting this housing here is definitely, of all the many places we could put this housing, this plot in the middle of these parcels is one of the least gentrifying places that we could actually put housing. I have no doubt about that. However, what makes this difference for me is the environmental concerns. And it is true what Ms. Schradler said about the fact that Ms. Cyber said about when taking into consideration more tree save, less mass grading, that kind of thing, is more expensive. That's true. When should you do those things? When should you have that extra expense? When should you make sure that you are, when does less density become a good thing? When you have an environmentally sensitive piece of land. And I'll just say again, I don't remember reading, I don't remember voting for a proposal that says something like not compatible with East Durham Open Space Plan. I understand that, you know, what Director Young said and Mr. Culture said about the you know, the fact that it is that the East Durham Open Space Plan is more a series of recommendations and a series of rules. And I just want to say, you know, as Ms. Young is a complete beast. The fact that she's working to codify this and make it more usable for us is just awesome. So let me just say, I'm not persuaded by the concerns of people here in this area about traffic. I know that the traffic concerns are real, but I don't think they outweigh the concerns about the need for housing. But I am very concerned about what I read in terms of what the staff has had to say and about the environmental concerns. This is an environmentally sensitive piece of property. And so if we were voting right now, I would be voting no. I am open to Councilmember Caballero's idea of leaving this open. We could certainly consider that, but to see what the applicant could do in terms of meeting these environmental concerns. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also support Councilmember Caballero's proposal to leave the hearing open and allow the developer to try to resolve some of those questions. I'm also very and increasingly concerned about our housing crisis. It seems like it's worsening at an accelerating rate. And so I don't want to say no to housing, but also recognize that there are some very serious concerns that folks on the council have brought up. And I'd like to give the developer a chance to come back to us with some ideas to address those. Thank you.
All right. Why don't I give Councilmember Caballero just a chance to make any remarks about that she would like, and then I'll ask others.
Yes, I mean, which is why we've gotten into some patterns on voting on these cases, and often when the mayor starts raising deeper concerns, then it's a good kind of bellwether where this case may go, and which is why I said, could we just continue it? If my colleagues are open to it, I don't know if I can put a motion on the floor of that, but that is my.
Yeah, that wouldn't be necessary, but thank you. Appreciate that. Let's hear from other colleagues on this question, perhaps of the keeping this open. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the comments you've made and Councilmember Caballero and Mayor Pro Tem Johnson's agreement towards, keeping the hearing open. I just wanted to note, I want to make sure that I'm on the record in stating that I'm in full agreement with Councilmember Reese's comments and noting how difficult this has been, noting that there's been so many cases where I've been the one vote against items like this. This area where there's 9 other projects looming, and the weight of that, I just want to make sure that the developer understands just how much even an additional 60 or 90 days would mean in coming back with a stream crossing or with a tree safe only at the stream, and not like there needs to be a specific conversation around what it means to actually add the housing and what it costs. And so it's not just one or the other, it's really just the harm that's created, acknowledging that these sites are off in the county where there isn't public transportation, and so there is a larger carbon footprint. And also noting, like, when there is mass grading, that huge impact on our climate change. Those are 9 different projects that have been approved through this council. And I know that I've probably voted yes on maybe 1 or 2, but these projects are all having an impact, and I'm just grateful that the council is finally seeing this and acknowledging that the developers can do more to kind of meet us at the environmental needs of our community. To Councilmember Reese's point, it has to be a benefit to the city of Durham. It cannot just be a developer's, pocket or bottom line being the conversation that we're having. And it's not just the cost of the housing or the price point of the housing. It's also the cost to our land, earth, and water needs in this community and as a whole across the country and the world. So I'm grateful that the conversation is shifting a little bit as I'm hearing it tonight. And I just wanted to make sure that I'm on the record noting that I appreciate the shift. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember, you did not express an opinion on whether or not you would like to hold this open.
I would like to hear from the developer on whether or not they would even be making any additional.
I'll ask them to comment on that. Do you have any opinion on whether or not you'd like to hold it open you want to express?
I'm fine as long as they're actually going to do something about tree safe and the stream crossing.
Okay. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me express my deep appreciation to my colleagues for just the depth and substance of this debate and discussion. I want to associate myself with all of you. You've all said things that I think are critically important during the course of the discussion. I think I resonate with Mayor Pro Tem Johnson and you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of need of increasing our supply. I really was intrigued by Councilmember Reese's observations. And I actually did the thought exercise saying it out loud when he said it. And I don't know what kind of people are buying houses in Bragtown. And I don't know, if there's any qualitative difference between the people buying houses in Southeast Durham or Bragtown or any other gentrifying area. I do know that folk want to live in Durham, and Durham is hot. And there's a certain swag and panache that comes with just saying, I live in Durham. I have access to all of these great things because all of these great things are moving to Durham. To be able to say, I live in, forget about what they see on the news and what, trolls say on social media. Folk want to live in Durham. Durham is a hot place to be. So there is definitely, I think, an impact. Whatever happens on one side of the city, there are ripple effects throughout the city. So I'm not really, I can't speak, with any degree of authority as to what kind of people are living where. I just know folk want to live here. So I think it's important to increase housing stock. I also, Mr. Mayor, was a bit challenged by Ms. Seibel's remarks, who I have deep respect for. She's a long-time worker, an advocate in this area, and I deeply appreciate her corpus of work in the area. But when we say 300,000 is not affordable, without saying what is affordable. I talk to folk every day. A school administrator whose partner is a captain in the fire department, the police department, buying her second home. That's the $300,000 level. We're not talking wealthy people. We're not talking, multimillionaires. And despite what, folk may think, all black folk ain't broke, all brown folk ain't broke. There is an aspiring class of folk in this city as well. Maybe not for the first time home buyer, but there is that second and third level home that folk are aspiring to, who are working, who are partnered together, who are our teachers, who are our firefighters, who are our police officers, who are our nurses, working class folk who are partnered, who are pooling their resources and trying to build wealth and sustainability for their family. So it seems like when we say affordable housing, without putting the number in what we mean, if it's not 300, is it 200 is affordable? Is it 150? Is it 95? I don't know. But I will say that with respect to this case, I totally resonate with Councilor Caballero's recommendation. If in fact the developer even wants it, maybe they want to roll the dice and have a vote tonight. I don't know if they're going to seriously look at tree coverage, because for me, that's what the main distinction between this phase of Olive Branch, and I too voted for that. I think I did. Yeah, the first phase. Different for me, the grave site and the environmental issues, but barring those issues, there seems to be an organic and natural extension of that project from the first one with substantive concerns. And I'm deeply concerned about the grave site And I think that the state may have something to say about it, even if whoever owns that land. I don't think you can just, from my recollection, I don't think you're going to have to deal with some state regulation in terms of grave sites, if I recall, in past experiences dealing with folk, burying folk. But with that said, I am concerned also about the environmental concerns. The other piece that I want to say is that when we have a small area plan, when that day comes for Southeast Durham, it's not going to insulate us from having to make hard decisions. I mean, those plans and those statements are only as impactful as the political will of the council that has them. You know, we have a future land use map, but when the future gets here, we can change it. You know, we vote to change things that we said we would do 25 years ago all the time. So, I even see now that some of our planning commissions are using the word moratorium out loud, opining out loud, using the word about trying to determine what we're going to do in this area. And I think it's important for us to have a plan, but that's not going to, unless we're going to say we're not going to build anything else out in this area until we build a 4-lane highway on Leesville Road, or whatever the transportation or road buttressing we need to do. If we're going to codify that and say until that day happens, we're not going to build anything else. I just don't see that happening. There's a lot of moving parts. We've got to make decisions as they happen. I think there's no middle ground between moratorium and struggling and making hard decisions. You're either going to do a moratorium or you're going to make the hard decisions. And my friend Councilor Reese says we got to do what's hard. And these are hard decisions. He says it all the time, and I resonate with that deeply. So for me, yes, I'm open to the developer. If the developer wants more time to look at increasing that tree coverage, I think 20 to 21% is negligible tree coverage. Be honest. But I also see a very organic and natural extension of what we already voted for with Olive Branch, and that coupled with the need for more housing stock. I think also the need for more discussion about, when does affordable not become affordable anymore? What's the price point? What's that magic number where it's no longer affordable housing? 200, 250,000, 300, $500,000. Yes, I say all that to say I'm inclined to support it by virtue of its organic connection to the previous case, but there is hesitancy for me around the gravesite and around the tree coverage. So I resonate deeply with Councilor Caballero's recommendation if the developer, in fact, wants to do anything substantive with that delay. So I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments, colleagues? I'm going to ask Ms. Seibel if she would like to make some additional comments. Madam Clerk, you make Larissa Seibel available to be heard.
And while she's being brought on, I want to thank her for her service as a former city council member. I try to make sure I acknowledge if it's not been acknowledged.
Thank you, council member. Exactly right.
Thank you, City Council and Mayor. This is Larissa Seibel. I've had my name called out a couple times. And I think it's important.
Larissa, we can't hear you. Can you turn up your mic or get closer to your microphone?
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Still really low.
Pretty low.
I don't know how to.
Maybe you could talk louder.
Hi, this is Larissa Seibel. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
So my name was called out a couple times about affordable housing, but you may have noticed that I led with the environmental impact of this development. And I feel that it's not worth destroying our environment, our water, our tributaries that lead into creeks and lead to the water that we and our neighbors drink is important to protect. And then if you're building homes, you need to be in a place that is a good environment, where you haven't cleared all the trees with mass grading and exposed people to the heat and sun. You need to have that tree protection for people as well as for wildlife. So I think it is a balancing act that you have, but there are certain areas, certain natural areas that we need to preserve, even if it means fewer homes can be built And perhaps the homes would may be a little more expensive, but I think we need to have these conversations with the public and not just, with the developers about what they're willing to do, but let them know what we want and what we need. And I think that when you talk about affordable housing, yes, 200,000 is what the first-time home buyer might be able to afford, and some not even that much. And that's not being built. There's no affordable housing except what is being built by Habitat. But in this case, I think it's really important to put the protection of all the people and in this consideration, and look for ways to build more affordable housing, higher density housing in other areas. Thank you. Oh, and the process. Yes, we need small area plans. We need them. We need the public to be actually engaged in every step of the process. When a development gets proposed, the public should be there every step of the way. And I hope that in the meeting, when you do talk about this, that the public is somehow informed about how to engage in this process from tonight to your next meeting when this is heard. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Seibel. Mr. Sivers, do you have any additional comments? You've heard the discussion.
Yes, Mayor Schul, thank you for the opportunity. Our development team is willing to ask for the deferral or whatever the correct language is. I would like to ask if we can potentially set it as early as possible if the first available meeting in August is available. I don't know, scheduling reasons, I will defer to staff on that, but we are willing to take a look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Sivers. Let me ask Ms. Young what she would recommend in terms of if we need a date certain that we would continue this to. Can you please advise us, Ms. Young?
Certainly. I apologize if I'm looking off screen. I have another screen pulled up with our potential cases moving forward. And we're trying to balance you all's evenings and workload as well. Right now, we do have some cases anticipated on August the 2nd, and let me scroll down a little bit, as well as the 16th. I would say either meeting is probably, neither one is better than the other at this point.
You're muted.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. How about the first one in September?
Right now, we are all clear for that one.
Thank you. Then my suggestion is that we, that date is, what date is that September meeting?
That is September 7th.
September 7th. All right, then we're going to continue this case until we'll hold a public hearing open, and we will hear this again on September 7th. Mr. Sivers, thank you to all the people, Ms. Matthews, all the people who were the proponents. Thank you, Ms. Seibel, and thank you, colleagues, for I think what was a valuable discussion. So we will see you all back on September the 7th if you'd like to be with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move to item 44. We've got three more public hearing items. Got three more public hearing items, three other items after that, and a partridge in a pear tree actually is part of it as well. All right, we're going to move to item 44, Consolidated Annexation Project Suite 1 Litho Way. And I look forward to hearing the report from staff.
Good evening again, Mayor Schul, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, honorable council members. Alexander Cahill here representing the Planning Department. We did receive a request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and an additional city zoning from Maruga Inch for a portion of one parcel of land totaling 5.5 acres, and this is located at 1 Litho Way. This annexation is for a non-contiguous expansion of the existing satellite corporate limits. However, you will remember that previously tonight, Lumley Road was approved, which is just south of this project. The remaining portion of this site is approximately 9 acres, so the total site is about 15 acres. The current site, that's 9 acres in size, has an existing 100,000 square foot industrial and manufacturing building with associated drives and parking. The 5.5 acres, that's the remainder of the site, is this portion that's being included in this annexation petition tonight. The area petition for annexation is proposed to contain a future 41,000 square foot industrial and manufacturing facility with supporting surface parking and loading docks. There is a concurrent level 4 site plan under administrative review at the planning department for this site. This annexation does not have a concurrent zoning map change request like the Lumley case. Instead, this is a request for a direct translation in which the existing zoning in the county translates to the same zoning in the city, effective upon the annexation. The site is presently zoned industrial light. So if approved tonight, the zoning would be industrial light in the city jurisdiction. Staff is recommending that the City Council approve the utility extension agreement and voluntary annexation petition for this proposed consolidated annexation. We're recommending this approval based on some key findings, including the minimal impacts to city services, the revenue positive result of the cost benefit analysis, the high quality industrial development in this area, and the geographic nature of this annexation. While it is non-contiguous to the primary city limits, it does serve as infill annexation to previously approved satellite annexations in the area. As a reminder, there are 2 motions that are required for this application this evening. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property into the city and entering into utility extension agreement. And the second is to approve the translation of the zoning ordinance itself. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Staff and the applicant team are available for questions tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cahill. Colleagues, you have heard the report from staff. I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. And I'm going to ask, first of all, if there are any questions for staff by members of the council. All right. There being none, I'm going to now ask Mr. Cahill, I don't have anyone signed up to speak on this item as the applicant. You said they're here, they're present. Who is here for the applicant?
Yes, I believe David Bergmark, who was not able to be here tonight, was registered, and his team, it's the same applicant team as Lumley Road.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Bone and Mr. Bone, are you going to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, this is actually Justin Parker with Al Nyer. And no, sir, I just want to say thank you very much for your time this evening. Thank you for the hard work by staff on this project, and we're happy to answer any questions you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem or Council may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Parker? All right. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on this item? If not, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed, and the matter is now back before the council. We would need 2 motions. One would be, first would be to adopt an ordinance annexing Project Suite 1 Litho Way.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freelon. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to motion 2 to adopt the ordinance amending the UDO.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
This is Kim Rayberg, the city attorney.
Yes, Madam Attorney.
I just noted that motion number 1 is compound, and remember it has that utility extension agreement. It would be helpful for the record if you all could also vote to authorize the manager to enter into the UEA.
All right. Thank you, Madam Attorney. That's why we are who you are. Councilmember Reese?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with A.L. Meyer LLC.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I think that was Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Yes, second.
Made by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeland?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to motion 2, as listed here, to adopt an ordinance amending the UDO.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Reese, seconded by Councilmember Freeland. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeland?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Parker. We appreciate your being here. We hope that you'll do something really good for the city of Durham on this property. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll now move to item 46, Economic Development Incentive Agreement with Carsgen Therapeutics Limited. Signed up to speak on this item are Brian Fox, George Smith, and Ji Jia. I see that Mr. Hughes would also like to speak on this item. Mr. Fox, are you leading the presentation of this on this item?
Good evening. I believe Adria is.
Oh, good. I almost forgot about asking staff to speak. Ms. Graham Scott, forgive me. It's late at night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I realize, and then Councilmember Freeman makes me realize not only that, but I already missed item 45. I see that sort of Ms. Desiderio did as well. Ms. Graham Scott, come back to us in a moment when I have it back together, okay? My apologies to you, Mr. Fox, and everybody else concerned. Ms. Desiderio, thank you, Madam Clerk, all those people who corrected me. Yeah, good job. Ms. Desiderio, we'll now go to item 45, resolution approving the issuance by the Public Finance Authority of its educational facilities revenue bond. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. Emily Desiderio, Deputy Finance Director. This is a public hearing to consider a resolution for the purpose of the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA, as required by Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code regarding the issuance by the Public Finance Authority of its Educational Facility Revenue Bonds, Series 2021, in an amount not to exceed $10 million on behalf of Duke School. The proceeds of the bonds will be used to refinance existing outstanding debt, to pay financing costs, and to make improvements and acquisitions of equipment for our new Innovation, Art, and Discovery Center and various other capital improvements at the school's campus located at 3716 Irwin Road in Durham. Notice of this public hearing was published in the Durham Herald Sun as required by applicable law. The city has no obligation to repay any of these bonds, nor will the issuance of these bonds have any financial impact on the city. The city council is being asked to approve this item only because of federal tax law and the fact that the project being financed is located within Durham city limits. As such, the staff has not reviewed the details of the project, nor evaluated its financial feasibility. Representatives from the applicant's financing team are here and available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Desiderio. Ms. Desiderio, you have a new position,
I do.
and you've been in it for how long?
Since January, early
Well,
January.
We're very pleased, and it's always great when we have terrific talent inside the house that can move up into a bigger job, and we're really appreciative of you.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, you have heard the report from staff. I will now declare this public hearing open. I see two people here to speak on this, Jeff Poley and Russell Rabinowitz. And I'm just going to look on the list here for a minute and just make sure. Yes. Mr. Poley or Mr. Rabinowitz. I see Mr. Poley is available to be heard, as is Mr. Rabinowitz. I'm not sure which of you all would like to, are both of you all here on the same team?
Yes, this is Jeff Poley, bond counsel to the Duke School. Appreciate the city council hearing us this evening. The Duke School, as stated by Ms. Desiderio, is seeking to refinance and build new facilities on their campus, and this is the lowest cost of funds that they can do this. I'll note that the Duke School is a private school. It does not get any monies from Durham County or whatnot. And so almost that is a ministerial act. We do ask that the city council, because of the federal tax law requirements, approve the bond issuance and the project. The project is not intended to increase the student body enrollment. It's just to enhance the education of the students that already go to the school. And I'm happy to answer any technical questions that you might have. Russell Rabinowitz is the Director of Finance and Operations at the Duke School, and he too can answer any questions you might have. Mine are more on the legal side, and his might be more on the Duke School project side. So.
Thank you, Mr. Poley. Mr. Rabinowitz, would you like to be heard at this time?
Here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, colleagues. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Freelon.
Yeah, just very briefly, full disclosure, first of all, my kids went to Duke School, so just wanted to put that out there. But if I understood this correctly, when I was reading the memo, there wasn't really any analysis because this is just a formality, right? There's no implication to the city or risk or anything like that.
Will let Ms. Desiderio comment on that?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you for confirming.
Other questions or comments, colleagues? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a pro forma vote, and I intend to support it, but I did want to take the opportunity to just, I think it was Mr. Rabinowitz from the school?
Yes, sir.
What's the tuition at the Duke School?
It ranges from about 20,000 to 23,000, depending on the grade level.
What's the demographic breakdown of your student body?
We're about 36% students of color. The rest are Caucasian.
Does the Duke School provide transportation?
We do not.
Free or reduced lunch?
We do not.
Do you have your own police force or fire department, or would it be Durham responding to any emergencies at your school?
The Durham does respond.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other colleagues? Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councilmember Freelon, I once had kids at Duke School, and I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. And just say that I think this is the kind of proposal that we ought to support, especially because we're not actually responsible for the bonds on the other side. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to associate myself with my colleague, Councilmember Reese, and just extend that we're not responsible for the bonds for anyone that we do this pro forma vote for any organization or institution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll just say to Mr. Pauly, you think this is ministerial. When you get to the Durham City Council, it isn't always.
I understand.
Councilmember Freeman?
I was just going to say, if you're ready for the motion, I will read the motion.
Thank you. I believe I want to first ask if there are any other, there's a public hearing. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on the item? I don't believe so. All right, I'm going to declare this public hearing open. I'm sorry, closed. Mayor Pro Tem, if I do this for a little bit longer, you're definitely going to have to preside.
I think we're almost done.
I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council, and we would need a resolution to approve the issuance of the Public Finance Authority of its Educational Facilities Revenue Bond. Councilmember Freeman, if you would like to make that motion, go ahead.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
No.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
Vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Good luck to you all, Mr. Rabinowitz and Mr. Pauly. We appreciate your being with us. All right, now we will move to item 46. My apologies. Let me ask again, Mr. Fox, are you, let me ask, well, first of all, Ms. Graham-Scott. I'm losing it. Ms. Graham-Scott, welcome. We're glad to see you. The whole family's been here tonight. We're very glad to see you. Yes, you have. We're glad to see you, and I look forward to the report from staff, and then I will ask who's, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Good evening to you, as well as to Madam Mayor Pro Tem and honorable council members. I'm Adria Graham-Scott of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and I'm here this evening to request that the council conduct a public hearing to receive comments on the proposed allocation of $256,000 in economic development funds to the Carsgen Therapeutics Corporation Ltd. And to authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations and execute an agreement with the company. Founded in 2014, Carsgen Therapeutics is based in Shanghai with operations in both China and the US. Carsgen is a clinical stage biotechnology company following the consideration of locations in both Houston, Texas, as well as throughout the state of New Jersey. Carsgen has committed to locate a facility in the city of Durham. In its proposed phase 1, the company plans to add 128 new full-time jobs and to invest or cause to be invested at least $97 million over the course of the first 3 years of the project. That would include real property improvements and business and personal property improvements to develop an approximate 35,000 square feet of clinical manufacturing facility in the city of Durham. The company has agreed to permit the hiring of associate degree and community college professionals for certain operator and technicians positions, which is a key thing to consider because as they're bringing these jobs into our community, to be able to offer a full range of skill sets and to build those skill sets within our workforce in that talent pipeline is critical and important. The phase 2 portion of this project will be a 100,000 square feet commercial manufacturing facility. This Carsgen's product will be facilitated in part by the County of Durham, which has approved a $1 million incentive, as well as a Job Development Investment Grant, a JDIG, approved by the state's Economic Investment Committee in June of this year of over $1.2 million and over a $400,000 customized training grant. Over the course of the 12-year term of the grant, the project is estimated to grow the state's economy by more than $1 billion. Payments for all JDIG and local awards only occur following performance verifications that the company has met its incremental job creation and investment targets. JDIG projects result in positive net tax revenue, even after taking into consideration the grant's reimbursement payments to a given company. Staff is recommending that the city provide $256,000 in economic development investment funds to the Carsgen Therapeutics company, subject to performance goals being met by the company related to timing and amount of investment, employment creation, and maintenance of created jobs, as well as workforce development partnership engagement criteria. This public hearing has been advertised as required by law. Thank you for your time. Staff and representatives of our economic development partners with the chamber, as well as representatives from the company, are here to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graham-Scott. We really appreciate you being here, even if I missed it a couple of times. Thank you. Apologize. Colleagues, you have now heard the report from staff, and I'm going to declare this public hearing open. And first, I'm going to ask if there are any questions for Ms. Graham-Scott by members of the council. I don't see any, Ms. Graham-Scott, so now I'm going to ask if there are people who are here to speak on this item. Again, I do see some people who have signed up to speak. Mr. Fox, is there a team of speakers that you are leading? Can you discuss that with us?
Sure. Good evening. I'm Brian Fox with the Greater Durham Chamber of Commerce, and I'll just thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly in support of this partnership with the state. I'll be followed by Dr. Gia with the company. But as you heard, this is a good partnership with the county, with the state, and with some new neighbors that is both fiscally responsible and helps solidify some important partnerships in workforce development, education, and diverse purchasing that the Durham business community they're joining here shares. So that's it for me, but also available for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fox. I will now ask if Gia would like to speak.
Yes. Hi, this is Gia. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I truly appreciate your work so late and give Carsgen this opportunity to meet with you all in past few months. And we have very active conversation with local community college and city, county, and state representatives. Carsgen really appreciate we have this opportunity to relocate our business from Houston, from Shanghai to Durham, and we are quite confident and we will be a good neighbor and to join Durham community and provide job opportunities to young generation here. And also we are anticipating to engage more activities to support the local development. Again, I would like to appreciate everyone, and it's my great pleasure to meet you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gia. All right, Mr. Smith, is Mr. Smith planning to speak, Mr. Fox? Or Mr. Smith, are you planning to speak on this item?
This is George Smith. Just here to answer any questions. Thank you for having me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, I see Mr. Donald Hughes would like to speak. Mr. Hughes, welcome. Madam Clerk, you've made him available to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I just want to raise a couple of thoughts. First, I think Carsgen is going to be an incredible neighbor and partner when they relocate here to Durham. But I would challenge us as a community to really lift up those values that are important to us in terms of preparing our young people for opportunities of today as well as tomorrow. I think this is a great example of how we could really steer some of our WIOA youth, so those youth that are 14 to 24, particularly on the higher end of that scale, so the 21 to 24-year-olds, down pathways that will lead them to opportunities and careers with organizations and companies like Carsgen. So I would just implore you all to really think about what specific training programs look like, how we can invest more funding into our Youth Works program to create, again, industry-specific training that will connect our young people to opportunities. While I was in Washington, D.C. working for the city's labor agency, the Department of Employment Services, this is one of the things that we did time and time again when companies were relocating to our areas. While it's great that they choose Durham, and as Councilmember Middleton says, Durham is a hot spot for a number of reasons, one being the amazing talent that exists in our community, we still have to think about those individuals that don't possess bachelor's degrees or master's degrees or even associate degrees, and make sure that we're creating opportunities and pathways for their success in what we know is becoming an increasingly expensive city to live. But I'm just pleased that the state has chosen to invest in this partnership, the county, and that the city hopefully will do the same thing. But I just ask that we are a little bit more intentional about the training opportunities that we have for our community members that may not be equipped with the skills right now, but if we train them properly, they will be able to assume some of those positions. And then finally, when we look at the job salary data that's always provided, while it's great to see a number close to 80,000, I would encourage us also to disaggregate that number so that we can see for the jobs that are lower skill, what that will look like in terms of salaries and how that will impact our community and our residents.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. All right, colleagues, any questions for the applicant or for Ms. Graham-Scott? Okay, then I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. We would need a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an economic development incentive agreement with Carsgen Therapeutics consistent with the terms discussed in the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, question?
Sure.
Staff,
Councilmember Middleton.
And I think Councilmember Reese was seeking recognition as well. Staff, do we have any projections on when this deal hits its sweet spot, what our tax revenue, anticipated tax revenue will be?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilmember Middleton. According to projections from our finance department, let's see how he cloaked it, that the expected property tax generated in the first 3 years exceeds the estimated $250,000 offer. However, the receipt of the revenue in excess of the payment of the incentive will likely not happen unless the payout is linked to some type of metrics that would tie them to being open and operating, which they are. So according to their analysis, we will actually start to receive the revenue generated from their tax, the property tax, that will exceed the amount of the incentive payment.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, Ms. Graham-Scott. Councilmember Reese, do you have a question?
I didn't have a question. I had some comments.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleagues will have heard some version of this before. First, let me say, I think Carsgen Therapeutics is a fantastic company. They're based in China. They're doing some really great clinical trials work on some really difficult to treat forms of cancer using some really cutting edge genetic technology. And so I'm really glad that we'll be welcoming them to Durham. And I think these are the kinds of jobs that we can prepare our young folks for with a little bit of intentionality, and look forward to working with our Office of Economic and Workforce Development to make sure that those opportunities exist for our youth. The reason I'm speaking now is because I simply refuse to believe, I cannot believe, that a company that, by the way, Carsgen Therapeutics just got listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange last week. Congratulations to Carsgen. At the last close of the market, their market value in US dollars is somewhere north of $2 billion. I just refuse to believe, I cannot believe that this company needs $265,000 of Durham's money in order to put their factory here. But I also know that until we have state and national reform of these types of programs, these incentive programs that pit local governments against each other, and often constitute a race to the top in terms of the amount of dollars that local governments and state governments are putting in the hands of good companies like Carsgen to make these siting decisions, we will continue to be at the mercy of that cycle. And for that reason, I intend to vote for it, but only under protest, Mr. Mayor, deep protest. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. All right, colleagues, other comments or questions? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always look forward to Councilmember Reese's exposition with these things. I guess I have and I respect it, and much of it I resonate with it. I guess I have a slightly different take. I don't see this as me participating in moral turpitude or some kind of degenerate kind of activity. The national and state regulation we're looking for is basically the abolishment of capitalism. As a government, we don't make anything. We don't make widgets. All we can do is collect money and spend it and make things happen through leveraging our money. Should corporate citizens be, possessed of noblesse oblige and largesse and just do cool stuff because it's cool? Yeah, but the world doesn't work that way. I think from a mathematical point of view, we're going to get more money than we put out. If corporations want to go through this dance, kind of like, mortgage companies could finance you 100%. Why do they make us, put 20%, down? They could just finance us, but they make us put something down. It could be argued in a city this wealthy, we have a 20% poverty rate in Durham. We can write checks to everybody in Durham, on a regular basis, just do guaranteed income from our own coffers. It's going to cost us in some other areas. So I think all told that, if something is objectionable, I have some familiarity with the 6-to-1 vote. I'm not afraid of a 6-to-1 vote. It's not that bad. If you think something is objectionable, you should vote against it. And I'm being playful, and I really do respect Councilmember Reese's take on this, but I guess I just see it differently, all things considered. I don't consider myself participating in something morally degenerate. I see myself as an elected person. The only tool I have is to leverage my money, our money as a people. And if I thought something were, I'd vote against it. I'm not afraid of a 6-to-1 vote, obviously. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'd say your money and your looks. Councilmember Reese.
I guess I have to say something now. I don't remember calling this a morally degenerate process. If I did, I apologize. I didn't mean to say that.
Race to the
bottom. I also
bottom.
didn't mean to say that I would participate willingly in a morally degenerate process. Don't think I said that either, but if I did, I apologize. What I think I was trying to say was, and perhaps inartfully, and I apologize, is that the constitutional legal premise by which the North Carolina Supreme Court has decided that this is the only situation where a local government can give a private entity cash, literally, is because there is some necessity that, but for the government's money, the project wouldn't happen. Like it mathematically wouldn't pencil out. And that decision, that legal decision from the North Carolina Supreme Court 30, 40 years ago, is the foundation on all of our economic incentive programs. And I'm simply suggesting that it's fundamentally flawed from a logic perspective. There are lots of other ways I would choose to spend $265,000 if I could, but I also understand that towns in Texas or Massachusetts or Pennsylvania or wherever are also putting these packages together. And as long as that's the case, I will continue to vote for them, but I will also complain mightily as I do it. That's my position. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're going to be doing it in your moral degenerate T-shirt I'm going to make for you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'm not suggesting the comment that my colleague made some time ago was a race to the bottom. So I'm equating well, actually, you said race to the bottom in the previous debate.
That was me. I said race to the bottom.
Well, actually, you both did. So, but since he made the speech tonight, yeah, I was, but yeah, you both did. And yeah, I'm in no way suggesting that my friend would participate knowingly and willingly in a morally degenerate situation. But in my community, when you hear race to the bottom, it evokes certain images. And I totally agree that, listen, there's a whole bunch of flaws in our system that we participate in regularly. Again, as a person, I'm not the best math student, but ultimately we're going to get more back than the 256,000. I don't know who that makes smarter, us or the company that we're giving the money to. But from a mathematical point of view, the solace I take is that ultimately we will get more money back. And I do want to thank Mr. Hughes, Brother Hughes, for the comments he made, because I said time and time again, when we get excited about these jobs coming to our city, but we know that for a lot of our constituents, these ain't the jobs we're talking about that they're ready for. So this is why we keep talking about our shared economic prosperity plan, about partnering with corporate citizens for vocational training and internships, making the workforce in Durham ready so we can all get excited when these type of deals come. So with that said, and Charlie Reese will never participate in anything morally degenerate. I'm saying it now. I'll put my last dollar on it. And I don't have many of them, but I would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Colleagues, thank you. I'll now accept a motion to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an economic development incentive agreement with Carsgen Therapeutics.
So moved. I also agree with Councilmember Middleton.
Did I have a motion there?
Yes, so moved.
Second. Moved by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Freeland. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
I vote aye.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The motion passes. Ms. Graham Scott, thank you for being with us. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Colleagues, it's now 11:03. We're going to take a 5-minute break for our closed caption friends. We'll be back at 11:08. Remember to mute your microphone. Thank you. All right, colleagues, it is now 11:08. We are back at it. Thank you all for hanging in here. I'm hoping the next couple of items can be done with dispatch. The next item is item 49, resolution in support of the American Jobs Plan. And unless there's discussion, I'll accept a motion to adopt the resolution in support of the American Jobs Plan.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Caballero, that we support the American Jobs Plan. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 50, resolution in support of Durham Public School Board of Education opposing Bill HB 324. And I'll say the same. Unless there's discussion, I'm happy to accept a motion to adopt the resolution in support of Durham Public Schools Board of Education opposing NC HB 324.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Freelon. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson?
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero?
Aye.
Councilmember Freelon?
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman?
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton?
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reese?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We have one further item that Councilmember Reese raised in announcements that we held to the end of the meeting. Councilmember, would you like to address us on this subject?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and I appreciate my colleagues for their patience. It's been a long night. This won't take long. I'm asking for your support tonight that we direct staff to do two things with respect to the long-time homeowner grant program. First, I'd like us to direct staff to extend the application deadline to some date beyond what it is now. I originally proposed September 30th. I don't know that it has to be that long, but but the gist is to extend the application deadline and keep it open long enough so the second thing can happen. And the second thing is to ask our staff to come back to us as soon as possible with a plan to expand the long-time homeowner grant program citywide. I was not present for the portion of the budget work session where this was discussed 2 weeks ago, but I absolutely appreciated the obstacles that were in the way of the council for making that expansion citywide happen between that date and this date. Totally get it. And so my proposal is to ask staff to try to figure out a way to make it happen and to hold the application period open such that if and when the council does agree to a plan to expand the program citywide, that folks can still apply for it for the current tax year. So that's my proposal. That's what I'm asking us to do. And I see that the city manager has turned on her camera to address us. Now I'll stop now.
Madam Manager.
Yes. So good evening, or is it morning? No, still evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. One of the things that I would like to enter into the conversation at this time really is about the timing of the actions that you're requesting of staff. First of all, we certainly intend to extend the deadline for the current program that the council has approved for the selected neighborhoods, primarily because we want to make sure that the residents who are covered by this program have an opportunity to get their applications in. I spoke with staff today, and I'm sure some of them are still on, and they can join to help me, provide response to the conversation this evening. And that particular deadline that they recommended it be through August 31st. I think there was another date that we were giving consideration to, but certainly the extension of the deadline for the program that we're currently receiving applications for, there was a goal to bring a report back to council to let the city council know about the progress in that particular cycle, so that we could make a determination or receive guidance on whether to extend it an additional year or stop it at the time, because we are on an extension right now. Any extension of time, leaving that particular application program open, doesn't really give us the authority to add any additional, any additional neighborhoods or qualified residents to that process. That would have to take a different form. And I also asked the city attorney's office to help with that response, because that discussion was part of what we had in your absence. So the particular program that we currently have is very specific, and leaving it open doesn't get the additional folks in.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. I see, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we could get a timeline from the manager or from someone in community development about how the program works now in terms of how people are applying and what tax year it's being applied for. Like, I know people have to pay their taxes and then get a rebate. So are the people who are applying for the program now applying for a grant to offset their taxes from 2020? Or are they applying for a grant to offset their taxes for 2021?
It is 2020.
Okay, so they've paid their 2020 taxes, and in 2021, they're applying for a grant for that.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to take up the second half of the proposal that Councilmember Reese proposed, in that the timing is great, the extension is great, and then just making sure to add the additional neighborhoods, however we need to specify for 2020.
Well, I'm hearing the manager say that, in her opinion, we can't do that. And so maybe she could talk a little bit more about that, or if we need to hear the attorney, we can do that as well.
So it was the city attorney's office that made the presentation when we had the last conversation about this particular program. It doesn't mean another type of program can't be created. It is just that the council approved a specific program with specific requirements, and the city attorney's office did recommend that we not be able to just add additional neighborhoods under those circumstances.
Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Page. I definitely heard the representative from the city attorney's office explain that adding additional neighborhoods was legally problematic. Totally understand. I don't want to do that. I want to expand the program citywide, which the representative from the city attorney's office also said would be acceptable and legally defensible. I made this proposal when we first approved this program in 2016. Unfortunately, I didn't get the majority of my colleagues to agree with me then. I'm asking, and I'm not even asking my colleagues to vote for that tonight. I'm simply asking my colleagues to direct staff to come back to us with a plan to do that, and then we can decide as a body if that's what we want to do. And so that's what I'm asking for tonight. And an extension of the deadline so that if we did expand the program, that folks could actually apply during the current year.
Thank you, Council Member. Let me ask our attorney, Madam Attorney. It's been my understanding that the legal justification for this program was the investment by the city in certain neighborhoods, which caused, or at least was a major factor in the creation of the gentrification in those neighborhoods.
That's correct, Mr.
And so is there do we have, can we expand this program to something that is citywide?
Sure. Yeah. So I think you all may recall that Senior Assistant City Attorney Krista Kukuro was the attorney from the office who had this discussion with you all on June 10th. And she explained some of the history behind the program. And I think there were specific requests to add particular neighborhoods like Walltown, like Bragtown, that while experiencing pressures, gentrification pressures, preservation issues, did not have that tie of city investment in the area that was causing those specific pressures. So they're very different communities than the original 3 communities that were included in the program. And so in our opinion, when we looked at that, we were like, it would be difficult to defend the program if the council is just kind of adding neighborhoods ad hoc that didn't share the same characteristics as the original neighborhoods in the program. However, if the council wants to expand the program to cover the entire city, and I believe Krista also mentioned this to you all, we do have some concerns about how the particular structure of the program might work, and we would like to see some things administratively be changed. For instance, payments being made directly to the tax office rather than to property owners, that sort of thing. We could certainly, assist the administration in coming up with a platform for having a citywide program that can be done legally.
Thank you.
Administratively, of course, that's a completely different question, and I'd have to defer to the city manager on, how much they could make that happen and what could be absorbed and what the cost issues are and things like that.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you for that refresher. Madam Manager.
Yes. So so we certainly can, I did get a comment from Reginald Johnson that indicated the cycle we're currently in is for valuation change between 2015 and 2019, the valuation change. And those final bills were due in January of 2020. So it is payments that could potentially have been paid as late as January 2020, but some were paid in 2019. So I did want to correct that before we started talking about the citywide program. We can certainly look. We have not done any analysis of, potentially how many qualified applicants that might be, what kind of administrative structure we would need to put into place to process those applications. All of that would have to be done, and we would have to bring you back, that information because we have not been able, we haven't had an opportunity or time or weren't asked in the past to create a program such as we're discussing here tonight.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Councilmember Reese for his leaning in on this and for challenging us to take up this issue. We all know the neighborhoods we want to address, and if we're in legal jeopardy by picking neighborhoods ad hoc, if the fix is to go citywide, when we really know the issue, and we're only doing that to give us legal cover, I'm wondering maybe if we have the wrong tool for the right problem. And I fully resonate with the spiritual, the spirit of Councilmember Reese's argument and push. We've got to do something about gentrification, but we've got to do something about wealth and the quality of life in these neighborhoods as well. I think we need a Marshall Plan, a Marshall type plan for the city for these specific neighborhoods, not for the entire city of Durham, for these specific neighborhoods. So perhaps right problem, maybe this isn't the best tool. I remember when Reginald, when Reginald's shop was not advocating, but recommending cessation because of the incredible amount of person power it took for a limited amount of cases and all the time we put into a few applications with targeted neighborhoods. And I think to task the administration now to come back with a recommendation for a citywide initiative, with, we have no idea what kind of, if we throw open those floodgates, what it's going to do to us in terms of administration, in terms of person power, particularly. And again, I'm keeping in mind, the caution we got and the advisory we got from the staff with just a few cases back then, how much time it took. So much so that they were recommending cessation. So now we want to go bigger and ramp up. I'm just concerned that if we're doing that primarily to avoid legal jeopardy, we might experience some unanticipated consequences. There might be some people, applying who don't really need it. Some neighborhoods we weren't trying to impact. So I agree with that. I think we need to do something citywide. I think we do. But I also know that there are some parts of the city that don't need this intervention. We know the neighborhoods we need to help. We know the neighborhoods we need to fix. And we need to, I think, be specific. I would defer to the city managers, council, and stewardship over this, and whatever time they need to give us. I don't want a quick fix. I want a right fix. Whatever time they need to assess how taxing this may be from a workload point of view. How much money are we going to put in it? I mean, if we go citywide, how much could the city potentially be on the hook for? I don't know. And, but these are questions I'd like to see, the answers to, or at least some projected answers to. And I'd rather be more liberal with the timetable for the staff to do all of that due diligence, given our experience with this initiative thus far, as opposed to kind of giving them a drop dead date to come back with us. But I totally agree that, with the spirit of Councilmember Reese's charge to us, but I just want to make sure we don't have the wrong tool for the right problem. And it is a problem. So whatever that's worth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman?
I think Councilmember Reese had his hand up, so I'll defer. You're on mute.
I call on you, Councilmember Freeman. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to just highlight a few things, just acknowledging that I agree with Councilmember Middleton that we should give staff the time to figure those things out. Unfortunately, I'm concerned based on the conversation with our city attorney, Cooperville, just noting that if the plan is to shift towards a tax office payment and folks have already paid their taxes, they miss out. And those dollars are dollars that they would put towards food or clothing and other basic needs. And so I am concerned about not giving a date and not being specific about who will be included, because I'm specifically talking about Bragtown, Merrickmore, and Walltown, who have made that request very clearly a number of times and have poured in so much time and effort into our processes to get to that point and have not been included. And so I appreciate Councilmember Reese bringing it forward this evening. I did share with staff a few of the areas of investments that could be denoted for Bragtown, Merrickmore, and Walltown specifically. And I think that those three should be included now so that they have an understanding of what's coming, and then we can come back and address it moving forward with a citywide a Marshall Plan or what have you. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other colleagues? Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to resolve this tonight, and would like to think about what our next steps are in terms of moving this down, giving some sort of direction to staff. I feel like there's a question of whether we, I feel like there's some questions that we're going to need staff's research and input to answer. And so I don't know whether we can make the decision tonight about whether and how to continue the program without having a little bit more information. I support expanding the program citywide. I'm not as worried about folks from these additional neighborhoods being able to apply this year, especially given that the credits that are being given out this year are for taxes in 2019. I thought they were for taxes from 2020. I think that we could take some time to allow staff to think through a citywide expansion of the program and allow people to start applying for that program as soon as it's figured out for their 2020 taxes, and start the citywide program with that tax year. That would give the staff some time to answer, to give us some more information to help us answer the questions about citywide or certain neighborhoods, tax office or not, some of those points that I don't think we're going to be able to resolve tonight, but would allow the folks who have applied now for 2019 tax grants to be able to get those more expeditiously under the current parameters of the program, rather than having to wait for us to figure out what we're doing for this tax year. So my suggestion would be to leave the program as is for the applications that are coming in now for 2019 taxes, and ask staff to come back to us as soon as possible with answers to some of the questions we would need to expand the program in some way, starting with taxes due in 2020. Thank you.
Let me ask a question about the thought about a citywide expansion. We're already engaged in a citywide plan with the countywide plan, at a lower AMI than we believe it ought to be, and also at a lower, at least in my opinion, a lower cap than we want to have. But it is the structure that we want, in the sense that it'll be administered by the tax office and has that tremendous advantage. For those of you who are talking about a citywide plan now, what is your thought about the relationship between, between a different citywide plan? What is your thought about the relationship between those two? Are you thinking that we would only do this one, for a short period of time until we get the other one to look like we want it to look? Or are you thinking that there will be two programs that exist side by side, or what is your thinking? I'll ask Councilmember Reese, since he raised this for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had talked a little bit about that in my email last week, but yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I want the joint city-county program to be much more robust, needs a higher AMI, needs a higher cap. And until we get there, it leaves out a significant number of longtime low-income homeowners who need our support. The needs of those longtime low-income homeowners are the reason we started this program in the first place. I advocated then for a citywide program. The reason I advocated for it now is the same reason I advocated for it then, because our city government has made millions and millions of dollars of investments in public money throughout this city, especially downtown, but throughout this city. And those investments have made Durham a very attractive place to live, and that has overheated our real estate market. As a result, I think we have a compelling legal justification for the program that we started 5 years ago in those 3 targeted neighborhoods. I think we have legal justification for our program citywide. If we had legal justification for just adding the 3 neighborhoods that Councilmember Freeman talked about, I guess I would accept that as a half measure moving toward a citywide program. But since our city attorney said we can't do that, this is what I'm proposing, the thing that I actually want to do and have wanted to do for a long time. I understand that there are folks who only want to help those neighborhoods, but my concern is for every longtime low-income homeowner who's having a hard time paying their tax bill. Those folks deserve relief. We're not getting it from the state. The county hasn't designed the program sufficiently to meet all of the need, and so I'm asking the city to at least ask our staff to come up with a plan for us to step in temporarily until we can convince our colleagues at the county to do better. That's the proposal.
So back to my question, are you proposing that we would do this for a year, and then when we got assuming we got the county went up to a higher AMI and a higher cap, this one would disappear?
I'll take that deal if you're offering it.
Well, I'm wondering what you're thinking.
That sounds great. That sounds great, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to wholeheartedly put my support behind that plan. And also just note that to Councilmember Reese's point, I think it is about the entire city and all of the residents. It's just that these neighborhoods have been experiencing hundreds of percent of harm, and acknowledging how much investment has happened and how much of their tax rate has been increased. And so that's the only reason I would specifically call those neighborhoods out, as they have been left out of the initial plan. I actually also was advocating for it on behalf of that on the resident side as a community member and advocate around affordable housing. And I just want to make sure that they're not left out of this year's tax cycle. Specifically because I don't want to push it, kick the can down the road, and then they end up waiting, and then we come up with a whole different plan and they have no handles to hold on to it. And so I appreciate Councilmember Reese's comments, and I appreciate your suggestion. I would support that. Thank you.
Other comments? Let me go back to Mayor Pro Tem's comment. Can you talk a little bit more? I was trying to stay with you around the timing. Maybe you could re-describe that.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's a little confusing because people are applying. The application that's open now are to help reimburse people for what they paid in taxes for tax year 2019. So my proposal would be to just allow this year of the program to play out as the staff originally intended, with the few neighborhoods that are already authorized, and then ask them to come back to us with a proposal for a citywide program that would allow people to begin applying as soon as possible for help with the taxes that they paid starting in tax year 2020. And that would give the staff time to come back with some of the with answers to some of the questions that we have, and additional research, and like a fully fleshed out proposal with a little bit more time, while the folks who are applying right now for their taxes that they already paid in 2019 would continue to have access to the current program and it wouldn't be extended beyond the current deadline. Unless Wanda did say they were thinking about extending the deadline anyway to allow more people to apply under the original program. So whatever the staff wants to do with what is currently set up for tax year 2019, and we start a new thing for tax year 2020, that would be, in my opinion, should be citywide.
Okay. All right. So I think that I think one possibility is to say to the staff, here's some things that occur to me. Big administrative lift. The county had to hire 3 people just to do the thing that we're doing together. So, a much higher, a potentially much larger number of people would be a lot of people to hire, and potentially a whole lot of dollars out the door. So those are things that are going to have to be thought about, and it's going to have to be thought about carefully. And I also want our staff to get a vacation. I don't want to say to our staff, you need to spend the next month doing this. I feel very strongly about that. They're going to be working some, and hopefully they're also going to be like us, taking some time off. And so I'm really concerned about that we don't all of a sudden say, you've got this big thing you need to give us in a month. So what are your thoughts, colleagues, about, and maybe I'll ask the manager. Madam Manager, if we were to say to you that we would like to see what the outlines of what a citywide program of tax relief similar to the parameters that we have around our current one would look like in terms of cost, administration, and so forth. What would it take? How much time would it take to do that? And what are your thoughts about that?
So I do believe that Reginald Johnson is still here. His staff has been managing the city program that we currently have, which I would like for him to come on camera and speak to this part of it. What I do know is that, we could potentially figure out a way to have, administratively maybe get a partner that may be, better at, intake and processing, applications, just scaling up from something that they're already doing compared to what Reginald is about to talk about on the numbers of applications and what it takes to really process them by community development. So, Reginald.
Thank you, Madam Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Reginald Johnson, Director of Community Development. The first thing that I would say, our first priority is to process the applications that we have incoming. And the reason that we are proposing to extend the deadline is that we have been challenged due to retirement as well as a medical leave staff member to complete applications that we have now. That's our challenge, and that's our first priority. It's going to take us through the summer to get that completed. To be quite candid with you, and that's what I've shared with the manager. In terms of analysis from another type of program or continuation, as you remember, that our plan was to prepare a report for you that would be in the fall that would detail the pilots of the 4 years that we've talked about. But now we're talking about adding additional new program that I know that we won't be able to do by the end of summer. It's going to have to be in the fall because simply we don't have the staff capacity to be able to do it. So that's what I would share with you. I've had some preliminary conversations with the manager about that as we're preparing for this discussion.
Councilmember Middleton. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Manager, and thank you, Mr. Johnson. And what Mr. Johnson just said, therein lies the rub of my concern about the right tool for the right problem. I'm not in pursuit of equality. I'm in pursuit of equity. And equity is targeted. Equity is not a blanket. That's equality. We know the neighborhoods in our city that are being gentrified. We know where they live. We know which ones are being people are being priced out. Listen, just from an administrative point of view, even an application from someone in the part of the city who's not qualified for the program still takes time to look at that application and say no. And I'm just wondering, is that a good use of our resources as a city that's already taxed? Processing an application that gets rejected is still takes time to do that. Still has to be read, still has to be given its due diligence, more paper, and how many hands are we going to have to do that? An equity lens would compel us to look at where the actual problem is, where the actual, for this particular fix. And if we need to do a Durham workaround, if there are folk that are living in wealthier neighborhoods that for some reason their house is in disrepair, they can't pay their taxes, and their income doesn't, meets the income level, but they just happen to live in a rich neighborhood, then we ought to find a way to help them. But we know the legacy neighborhoods. We know the neighborhoods that have been historically disinvested in Durham. We know where our people are struggling, and equity compels us to use our resources wisely and to target the problem. Again, I resonate with a citywide fix, but I also resonate when I hear the staff say how much time it takes to process the few applications that we do have. And I also resonate with all of the talking we've been doing about equity. Everybody on here sat through equity training, and we know that that's different from equality. And there are parts of Durham that need targeted, diligent, rigorous assistance from us as a city, and there are parts of Durham that are doing just fine, and we know that. So I from an equity point of view, and again, you know, I want to help everybody. Feed the hungry, clothe the naked, shelter the homeless. That's my mantra. You know, wherever you can find them. But for this particular initiative, for this particular case, given staff resources, given what we've heard from the manager and Mr. Johnson, I think the Mayor Pro Tem made a great recommendation about doing what we're doing now. For now, if the staff wants to take a look at the city, what it would look like for the city. But I want the staff to have the space and the time to look us in the eye and say, look, it's going to cost this much. It takes this many people to do it at this level. It's going to take this many more people to do it at that level. And I think we have to ask ourselves, are we potentially taking resources away from the pursuit of equity in the targeted areas that we know need attention? I don't want the staff having to read an application to say no to someone who shouldn't have applied in the first place when we know where the areas are that need our help. I'm not pursuing equality, I'm pursuing equity at this point. So with that said, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for this really important discussion. It really is important.
I'm Councilmember Freeline, Councilmember Caballero, and then I have a proposal for how to move ahead on this. We'll see how y'all like it out. But first, let's hear from Councilmember Freeline and Caballero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the robust discussion, and we'll try to be brief. It's almost midnight. Yeah, I think, hearing Brother Johnson really made it clear to me that they don't have the capacity to meet the deadline that was proposed. I guess they're already extending to August. Charlie was recommending we push back to September, and he's saying they need that time just to do the scope of work that's already on their plate. In addition to your comments, Mr. Mayor, about just summer, I mean, I just don't think sounds like their summer's already shot, just doing what we've already asked them to do. And I want to be, empathetic to that reality around capacity, and think Mayor Pro Tem Johnson has proposed an interesting alternative. It's a bit of a compromise. We take a little bit more time to give the staff the bandwidth to finish the scope of work that's immediately in front of them, and then create a plan to do exactly what Charlie has asked of us to consider at a reasonable pace later in the fall, So anyway, that's where my head's at, and hearing from the city manager and Mr. Johnson really helped crystallize that choice for me, because I think everyone's made really good points tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
I just had a quick question. It was, when does the county program kick in? For which year? Is it for 2021? I couldn't remember. For which tax year? I'm sorry.
I assume that it is for the tax year that we're budgeting for. So for taxes that will be paid in 2021, 2022.
Okay. Thank you. So there is a substantial gap between when this expires and when even with the flawed parameters, there's a pretty big gap. So I don't see a way. I feel like we do have to do something to fill that gap. I think getting better information from staff is kind of the only alternative we're left with. I hear my colleagues around the targeted neighborhoods, and I also hear our city attorneys, and that will have to be something that staff, helps us investigate. I'm curious to hear what the mayor's proposal is.
The mayor's proposal is the same as Councilmember Freeline's proposal. I think that what I would like to propose, colleagues, and I don't think this is only because I'm tired, but I think that a good way to proceed would be the staff is moving on the current program, and they'll figure out how much time they need to do that. And then that we say to the staff, come back to us in let's say the first work session in August, say, with a plan for how you would make a plan. I mean, what would we need to do? What would we need to find out? What would we need to look at? What would be the important things that we would need to know? And how would you do it? And on what time, basically on what timetable? I'm convinced that we can't ask our staff to do a good job now, that they could do a good job now on, setting up a program on some fast basis. And I don't want that personally. But I think we could say to staff, come back to us in early August at a work session. Tell us what it would take for you to make a plan. What would the resources that you would need to do it? What would the timetable you could do it on? So that's my thought. Happy to hear your thoughts about that. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's a great compromise. I would just add to that conversation that there's also this miss that I'm feeling in that there are folks who weren't able to cover their 2019 taxes and that they're kind of in limbo. And I just wanted to just figure out if there's a way to add some support in place for folks who might be in that in between and then in the gap as well. So I think the tension for me is that I know that there are folks who are experiencing the pandemic and having some difficulties, and then also acknowledging the housing pressures, the tax increases, all of that is mounting, and it feels like there's not going to be relief from 2019 to 2020 for those areas that we just mentioned, which are Bragtown, Merrick-Moore, and Walltown. And so I'm concerned mainly for 2019 and 2020. So 2021 and 2022 sound like we have a plan, but what happens for now to get folks through to 2021 and 2022 is just the area that I'm hoping that staff might be able to offer some suggestions on.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Other colleagues? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm certain this will be my final comment of the night. I would just, want to intone the fact and remind my colleagues that the areas that Councilmember Freeman just named have not only asked for help with taxes, they've talked about crime, they've talked about sidewalks, they've talked about a list of other things. So I just want to be clear that we don't distill this conversation just down to tax relief, although that's critically important. But there's a whole lot of other things they've asked for that we can take action on immediately. We can lob off $1 million or $2 million and direct it at some stuff tonight. We're getting ready to look at our CIP. So, the energy that we're putting in this tax program as well, there's some low hanging fruit in some other areas as well that those neighborhoods have asked for as well. So while we're tasking the staff to do this, I would just remind us that there's some other things we can do with much more agility than this tax program as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other thoughts on what I have proposed? I see a thumb up from a couple thumbs up, some thumbs up. Councilmember Reese, Mayor Pro Tem, any thoughts? I see thumbs elsewhere. See a thumb. All right, I don't see any thumb from Councilmember Reese, but I'm seeing 6 thumbs, so I'm just pretending yours is up.
Mr. Mayor, I look forward to working with the staff to create a path for a citywide property tax relief program. And I appreciate everyone's time and attention on that. I know we don't have agreement on the merit of a citywide tax assistance program, but I hope I could take the opportunity over the next several months to convince each and every one of you that it's a good idea in and of itself. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate my colleagues and you agreeing to talk almost an hour about this. Sorry.
Let me just add a couple things before the manager. So I think about on the tour of Bragtown, which the manager was on, and Deputy City Manager Chadwell and Interim Deputy City Manager Johnson and others, Planning Director, Transportation Director. We had a whole raft of city employees. And we saw a lot of what you call excuse me, the low-hanging fruit. We saw a lot of that. And our staff was taking notes. And there are a lot of things that we can do now. But we're also directing $6 million to a green and equitable infrastructure program. And that is aimed in the same direction. So you can see I'm at the end of my voice. Madam Manager.
Oh, I was just going to make sure, since this is our last night gathering, that we have the direction that we need to work while you all are away. And we have pretty much made a decision to extend the deadline for the current application cycle through August 31st. And that would, I guess, close out the 1-year extension that we had on the original program. We would be looking to bring a plan for a citywide program instead of extending the current program another year for the gap year between the city program and the county program. We would be bringing a plan for a citywide program to occur in that gap year. Is that the direction that you all are giving the administration? And for that to happen, at least the initial conversations about it in August?
Well, I would say something slightly different. I don't think we've got agreement yet on a citywide plan. I think some of us are more interested in that. Some are more interested in something slightly, different, oriented towards certain neighborhoods. So what I think I would like to see in August, and I think what, as Councilmember Freeland stated it, and I think my colleagues agree, is that in August you bring us a plan for how you're going to look at this. What are the things that you're going to need to look at? When you think you can do that? We're not expecting in August that we'll have a citywide plan. We're expecting in August that we'll have how would you plan to move forward to look at this? What are the things you need to look at? And then we can have a discussion then about that and move it forward. But I'm not expecting a plan. I don't think we should expect a plan by then. But I think we should expect movement in the direction of what it will take. What will you need to get to that plan? Is that good enough? Madam Manager?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay. All right, colleagues, thank you. Thank you for Councilmember Reese for raising this. Thank you for all of you all for this very good discussion. And I don't think we have anything else to do. I think this is the last moment of the last meeting of our fiscal year. I want to thank everybody. I see our deputy managers are hanging with us. Ms. Wallace, all of you all, thank you so much. Why don't you turn your screens on if you feel like it? We can wave at you. There's Ms. Johnson. And Mr. Chadwell, everybody, we appreciate you. Thank you. And Ms. Wallace, good. We'll see you very, very soon. But just huge gratitude to our city leadership. You all are amazing. And we know we put you through it all the time. But we don't do it on purpose. We do it because we know you can handle it and you can do it better than anybody. And just extreme, extreme gratitude. I will be taking some vacation, but you can see me on video. I'm doing my State of the City speech and a couple of little videos. First one on where we are with COVID, which I think might come out tomorrow, and second one on our city budget, which I did before we passed our city budget, so I'm awfully glad we passed it. And talking about all the great things we're doing. So yeah, see me on video. All right, colleagues, thank you so much. Love you guys. And
love you, Steve.
Love you back.
See you all really, really soon.
Kiss that grandbaby, and thank you, Mr. Hughes, for hanging in with us as well.
Yeah. Have a good vacay, everybody.
Yeah.
I did. Love you.
See y'all at the beach. Good night.
The recording has stopped.